LNS Customs 600.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is championship night here in the Cup Series. We are going to crown a champion here after the LNS Custom 600, 400 laps here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. That's why we're here an hour early, as we are going to have a long night ahead of us. Some good drivers taken to the field here, and our final four is set for championship racing here, as we are definitely going to see some hard-nosed racing, but it's going to be a long race, definitely a race of attrition. So hopefully none of these drivers get caught up early, because that could ruin your night here in 400 laps at Charlotte. You definitely don't want to end your night here early. But it looks like as we are getting through a little bit of qualifying here, do have some drivers taken to the track. I just realized I don't have my trading paints loaded, so I don't see schemes. But other than that, we're bound to see a good night here. We saw a great race in Xfinity last night. Come down to Jason Collins winning the championship in that. As man, I don't know who to expect here tonight. We got great drivers out in the field here. And, oh my goodness. It's like Zack Nichols has dominated pretty much all season, but we know how dominating and then getting into the championship race can be. Sometimes it can just spell disaster. Anything can happen that one race. It's one race. So you got to think about that. All these races up to the championship, all are setting you up for this one race. I mean, if you don't succeed here, you have something go wrong here, that's all that work out the window, and that's what this race means so much to these guys here tonight. A lot of practice gone in, a lot of, like I said, a battle of just attrition, just being able to keep the car under you. It doesn't matter if you have the fastest lap right now. Just keep driving, keep your head down, and if you're there at the end of the race, you can be there. If you just have the tires, I mean, this is going to be a very hard fought battle. We got the high downforce on these cars, so you're going to see a lot of low lane driving, but these guys will get too wide here, and they're going to race it out. Like I said, I just hope these drivers don't get caught up in too much of the mess here early. We do have 400 laps of this. It's going to be a good chunk of a race here tonight, so just see how everybody manages. Did you see that Mo Abbott, number 3, throwback to the 1996 Olympics? That's that Dell Senior steam as he's rolling through. Right now, looks like he set himself in 9th, but man, it's just kind of stinks. This is going to be the race that ends this season. We're going into an off season. Obviously, it's not going to be like we're gone forever, but man, you just hate to see it come to an end, but you love to see all these drivers' hard work possibly be paid off here tonight. Chris, we're going into this race. What are you expecting to see here strategy-wise? I mean, I know we got a good chunk of change here. What would you expect here on tires and everything, how everybody's going to manage this race here early?
Well, I did have the stats wrong. My stats did not update, but I want to say they have 12 sets of tires here tonight. I'm going to scroll back up through the Discord just to triple check on my numbers. Because like I said, I had everything kind of go wrong on me here at the last second. 13 sets of tires. So 12 sets in the pits, 1 set on the car to start with. So this is going to be one of those things where the stage break happens at lap 100, 200, and 300. So you're going to have pretty much 100 laps to kind of get the car underneath you. And, if you don't have any cautions, then you're going to have a lot of green flag racing. And that could really open up the tires or open up the chances for a lot of strategy.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough night here tonight with strategy-wise. I mean, I'm expecting to see these guys just manage here with these first 200, 300. I mean, it's going to be a race, but, man, it's definitely going to be a tough race. It looks like we are going to the grid here. We have our cars gridding up here for 400 laps here tonight. As we're just waiting for the rest of our cars here to grid, we will get through your qualifying grid here in just a moment, as your final four will be racing amongst themselves, but also having to race this field out here tonight. It is going to be definitely a nail biter for everybody, as it looks like majority of our field has gridded up. As you see Matt Kemp, that 54 machine, sitting himself on pole position here tonight, looking for a championship himself. Mikey Neal in that P2 position with that 07 of Cedric Hunter. Starting here tonight in P3, Brandon Holder going to start P4 with Gabriel Ellison. In P5, Michael Sturgill Jr. going to be in that P6 position with Matt Grenier. In P7, Brian Terry going to roll out in that 5 machine here tonight. In P8, number 9 position going to go to that Mo Abbott machine, with 10th going to Christopher Blanchard. Zack Nichols going to start here tonight in 11th position in that Hot Wheels 44 machine. Looking for a championship run here tonight. In Bluegrass, as everybody's getting their championships, he wants his. Doug Newbiggin going to start here in 12th, with Frankie Broso 13th, and then Adam Lancaster rounding out your field in that 14th position. Looks like we should get ready to go gridding here in just a moment. Yep, my hair car is starting to rev up, so that usually means they're getting ready to roll out here. So like our last 3 drivers there were having a little bit of an issue getting started. As yes, we are trying to get the Facebook stream figured out. Chris is working on it right now. It's
saying that it's live, and I'm looking at it right now, but it's not showing up at all. So I'm having to try to figure out what's going on with it.
Just figured out. We're still here live on YouTube though. We're gonna get it figured out here. Do apologize about that, as we are getting ready to go green here though in just a moment. Pace lights will be out. It'll be Matt Kemp bringing the field to green. He's liking where he's at starting tonight in that P1 position. Try to get out there and get in that clean air here early. Just set himself ahead of the field. We know Charlotte's one of those tracks that clean air means so much to that lead driver, but we're going to see that pace car turn hard left, and your field is going to come to green flag racing here in just one moment, as they're going to hit that start zone here in just 1 second. And the green flag is waving as Matt Kemp going to fire off. Looks like Mikey Neal fires off the 07, giving a big push to that 54 off the line.
Yeah, seeing a big push there from that inside lane. Let's see if it's going to pick up a little bit of momentum. We know Mikey Neal's not fighting for that championship, but he's still fighting for that money in the end of it. But you see Matt Kemp getting off to a good jump right now. That 07 of Cedric Hunter right behind him. So you're seeing a little good pushing going on there early on. Brandon Holder, one of those drivers fighting for that championship, currently sitting in that 4th spot, looking like he's trying to get up here in front of that 77. Got to watch out for that wall, so I'm getting into it in practice.
As you're seeing the 31 of Brandon Holder move his way to the outside lane now. Looks like that outside lane starting to pick up some momentum down the backstretch, as they're going to dive it in, arc the corner here into turns 3 and 4. That 07, though, riding really big up on the back bumper of that 31 there. Looks like he's lost a couple positions there as he's falling back to 4th place. 25 of Mikey Neal Jr., that 31 of Brandon Holder, still holding on behind that 54 of Matt Kemp, who's led since the green flag drop here at lap 3. So Matt Kemp off to an early start here. He wants everything he can get and more. I mean, he wants to go out there and win that championship, but he's got everybody else behind him that also wants to go out there and win that championship. Brandon Holder and that 77 of Gabriel Ellison. The other 2 drivers besides that Zack Nichols machine, who's currently sitting in 13th. Probably just strategy from him. He just probably wants to hang on to the car. But, that 54, 31, 77, and that 44 are all battling for the championship here tonight. So it's going to be a tough race here, and it looks like they've all got a car between them that's not in the championship. We'll see if they are able to bounce out here in just a moment and possibly race each other. As I've got word from Chris that Facebook does seem to be up. Do apologize about that if you're on the Facebook stream and you were sitting there watching possibly going live soon, whatever. I'm not sure how Facebook does it. I do apologize about that. We were going to hit live, and for some reason it kept saying it was live on our end, but when we go to the stream, it obviously wasn't live. So we do welcome you here. 4 laps in. It's been all Matt Kemp. The field, nothing's really happened, just settled out. And if you're looking, pretty much the only people in your field that has changed positions, Brandon Holder, Cedric Hunter, flopped for 1 position each. They started 3rd and 4th in the field. And then other than that, Mo Abbott up 1 spot, Brian Terry down 1 spot. They flip-flop. And then Frankie Broso, Adam Lancaster both up 3 spots. And it looks like Zack Nichols and Christopher Blanchard are the only 2 to lose spots on the field right now. Besides Brian Terry and Cedric Hunter, that is. But, big spots, I do mean. So it looks like so far our field's just settling out, and you see Zack Nichols. I seriously think he's just probably playing.
He is.
He knows what he's got to do.
Yeah, he knows what he's got to do here tonight. He knows that he's going to be able to get it done. I think that 44 Hot Wheels machine is just going to hold on to what equipment he has. Wait for all these boys. You know, if he'd watched any of the racing last night, he could see that, you know, just what's going on right now between this 31 and that 25 can really slow up the momentum, really slow the cars down. So let's see how long these boys decide to battle it up here in the front. Like we said, that 25 not battling for the championship, but still battling for that 5th place points, you know, and, you know, to try to walk away with some of that money. So, you know, right now, if you're not battling for that points, you're still battling for that 5th place in points.
Yeah, you are indeed, Chris. You're right. We are paying up to 5th place in points, but, you know, tonight is a very special night for the Cup Series drivers. Not only are they getting that cash payout at the end of the season, they're going to race a Kemp Performance kart at Millbridge Speedway. If you don't know much about Millbridge, very historic track. You know, a lot of young drivers get their start there, and a lot of older drivers. I actually just saw Ross Chastain, the 2 Trackhouse guys, and Daniel Suarez go over there and drive some quarter midgets. They were out on the track driving some mini, whatever they're called. I'm not sure much of a dirt fan. I think that's what they're called, quarter midgets, whatever they're called. Those little sprint cars that are not actual sprint cars, but they're smaller sprint cars. I think they're called quarters. I don't know what they're called. Somebody in the chat will correct me on that. But I saw them out there driving at Millbridge, so, you know, it's pretty cool, man. You got all the young kids go there. You got, you know, racing people that have been racing their whole life going and racing there. I know Kenny Wallace was just down at Millbridge not too long ago. So it's like that's a very historic track there in dirt. It's a very historic oval. It's got a lot of history behind it, and it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome for that.
I was right. They're called quarter midgets. Jason said I was right. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you know there you go. You win this series. You're able to go drive an actual, you know, kart for, you know, Kinder Performance Group, and, you know, be able to experience that real life track experience. Look at that experience. Speaking of experience, the 31 going on the inside of the 25. Let's see if he can make it stick. Woo!
You saw the car get loose a little bit from the 31. It started to wiggle a little bit down there on the bottom lane. He's going to have to check out of the gas. If he would have stayed in it too hard, it would have tightened him up, or he would have just gotten that rear end around. But good job from the 31 to just realize that the car's loose. It's not going to manage that pass, and he's going to throw it back down behind that 25 and just roll in. The 44 is Zack Nichols. He's got Christopher Blanchard behind him, who's still just kind of doing that same thing, just hanging out. Looks like Blanchard saw what Zack was doing and said, hey, I'm going to follow this guy. He's pretty good at this thing. I'm going to follow him around tonight.
Yeah, you know, 10 wins on the season, you know, you would kind of think that, oh, Zack Nichols, he's not that good, you know. What are you talking about? He can't really, you know, no. Blanchard's going to sit back there. He's going to learn what's going on. And like we were saying last night, you know, Blanchard was doing a good job in the Xfinity cars. You know, I think every driver that does one of these races, honestly, or is in this series, needs to at least do 3 races in the Xfinity, or just try the series out. You know, everybody, I will say I was also personally that kind of person that, you know, I hated the Xfinity cars whenever I first got into the platform. And, you know, until recently, I got into a league of my own and hated it.
I was the person that made Chris drive Xfinity cars.
Really?
I loved them. And me and him always would get into them, and we loved them. Man, those Xfinity cars are awesome. Definitely, if you're looking to drive in the league, man, this Bluegrass Series, I mean, you see the talent we got out here. Matt Kemp, Mikey Neal Jr., I mean, all these guys that have been battling all season. I mean, Mikey Neal has put in a hell of a season himself, granted not making it past, what was it, the round of 8, I want to say. So unfortunate for Mikey Neal after the Charlotte Roval. He had a tough run in the Charlotte Roval. But, you know, these guys have all had a good season, all of them. I'm excited to see Cedric Hunter next season, man. Hopefully he sticks around in that Lucky Ducks machine. I'm very excited to see if that 07 brings that speed next season. He could be a championship runner because, Chris, these first, 3 races he's been in? 4 races?
Yeah.
He is, I want to say he's 3 races in right now. So Cedric Hunter has looked very solid, man. He's one of those guys here at the end that's bloomed. You could see some of these guys come to life here at the end, and that's what we like to see.
Whoa,
it builds up for, Brandon Holder. What just happened to the 31?
Yeah, Brandon Holder having all kinds of issues back there, now falling back 4 spots from his start position. Was sitting in 4th. Now he's falling back and forth. Does not look like he has any damage on that front and that rear quarter panel. So probably just having a little bit of issue. You see right in front of him.
I wonder if he took his eyes off the track right there. You know, going through the tri-oval. If you mess up just a little bit, he can shoot you to that outside wall if you're up half a lane or not. Going into turn 1, he might have just gotten out of the groove a little bit, and it shot him up towards that out. Because I saw him high up into the wall almost. It looked funny there for a second, but he lost a lot of position, man.
I know this is a little further back than where it is, but this is the closest marker that I have for that position. So we'll see what happened with Brandon Holder right here as he was coming into the tri-oval here. Looks like maybe he might have misjudged where that 3 was and just said, okay, I got to back out of it. Maybe he didn't
All
see.
right, it looked like so it looked like he was just losing position naturally there. Then it almost seemed like when I saw the way the camera looked, the way he was falling back so hard, it almost did look like he hit the wall. So yeah, it looked like he just maybe just fell out of groove, Chris. I thought maybe he almost hit the wall. Maybe he got loose or something. It looked like he just wasn't in the right groove there. Checked out of it. He's going to reassess the situation and continue forward. That's what you got to do as a race car driver to be successful. Gabriel Ellison, I'm pretty sure, just wants these guys to get out of his way, man. He wants to go. But,
yeah.
Man, these guys are fast in front of him. Mikey Neal, we know how fast he is on the 1.5 miles. And really, we know how fast all the Lucky Duck guys is. I was not going to be any surprise if they brought in Cedric Hunter and he was just going to be fast. It didn't surprise me when they brought him in and he was fast. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
But, that 07, man, a quick driver. These Lucky Duck guys know how to recruit, know how to get good racers. And you see all of them right there, the 07, the 77, and the 70. 3 of those Lucky Duck guys in the top 5 right now. And then the closest one to them, or their last teammate, would be Doug Newbig, who's sitting in the top 10 right now. But we know Doug's one of those guys that usually comes to life late run.
Yeah, we have 3 stage breaks here tonight, so a lot of time for these drivers to really get under focus. We're probably going to have a green flag stop in between those stage breaks. That's why we have so many sets of tires. When you think about it, all season it's been, 5, 6, 7 sets of tires, but, hell, 7 sets of tires being the most sets that we would really have. Speaking of inside, Gabriel Ellison on the inside of the 25, it looks like the 07 might have set Mikey Neal up on that outside lane there, and it really got him unsettled on that outside, did not like it. And now the 77 and the 70 all going to be pushing a train up on the inside of the Mikey Neal Jr. machine. Let's see if he can make it work. You see Mikey Neal pinching down as hard as he can on that 77, but it looks like he's just going to relinquish it and let that 77 go.
And here down the back straightaway, it looks like they're going to get past Mikey Neal, Chris. That 25 starting to fall off a little bit here as the 70 and the 77 going to drive on by him. You see Matt Grenier, one of those drivers that hasn't showed up here in the late season, man. Matt Grenier is a very good driver, the Team 207 driver there. It was very successful. I wouldn't say very successful last season, but had a great season last season. And this season, he's also had a very good season. He's picked up a win, I want to say. And, coming into the, playoffs, I was expecting to see him drive it a little bit farther forward, but just hasn't had the, season he's wanted to have here in the late running. I think Grenier is going to be one of those guys going into next season if he decides to reunite that seat in that 15 and, see if they'll rekindle that team right there and go forward. I think Matt Grenier's got a good future ahead of him. He's one of those drivers that is always consistent. We never really talk about.
Yeah, next season also going to be in the next-gen cars, so that's going to be very interesting to see. The reason that we stuck with it was because when this season started, they were still in the gen cars that they are in now. But now that the season has started with the next-gen cars, they will be in the next-gen cars next season. So if anybody's wondering, why are they running the last gen car? Well, that's why. It started while the last gen cars were still on the track. So next season will be the next gen. So we're going to see some really awesome paint schemes. I know as much as the Lucky Ducks guys, John Peel, he loves making paint schemes. So that's going to be really awesome to see those paint schemes on those next gen cars next season.
I wonder if we'll see any door numbers as well. How many guys are going to go to the fender numbers?
Yeah, that would be interesting to see if everybody stays in the same number decal or if it changes
We're
up.
not NASCAR. We don't force you, I'm assuming, to go forward. I don't know. I would assume Bluegrass isn't going to care. That'd be pretty funny to see people start putting their numbers on the rear quarter panel. That's what I'd do.
Looks like Mo Abbott having a little bit of a blinking issue back here. I do see him falling on and off of the track, so we'll keep an eye on him. Right now, Brandon Holder has fallen back to that 8th position. Right now, it looks like everybody's just kind of single filing it, not really wanting to push the issue too much, not wanting to go out there and really, make too much of a splash early on. Like we said, we're only 23, 24 now laps into a 400-lap race. So you got to think at the end of the day, your back's going to be hurting, your butt's going to be hurting, and your arms are going to be hurting. But, man, if you could just get that car clean, 400 laps, it's going to be such a satisfying feeling.
because it's going to be a satisfying feeling, realistically, for all the drivers here tonight once they hit that into that 400, especially if you're on the lead lap, man. That's how I feel. If I get to the end of 400 laps on the lead lap, I feel good. If I just get to 400 into 400 laps without a damaged race car and I'm still on pace, I feel good, to be honest at that. It's going to be a tough night, man. Just for us up here in the booth, I think this is probably going to be the longest race. Not probably the longest race I've called. I used to actually fill in for some guys back in the day that did 100% races. And, oh my goodness, that was crazy. I used to be there for a good bit, actually, calling races with those guys. But, you know, tonight's going to be a good... Me and Chris's first time in the booth together for this long, so it's going to be a wild one, man. This is going to be fun. I'm very excited. It's almost like when you go to your school walk-in. That's how it feels.
Yeah, it kind of feels like you're staying up late with everybody.
Yeah, I have to.
As I see John Bradley Pill saying all of our schemes are made by Chris Fell this season. Well, definitely looking really good out there on that scheme game for real, John Bradley Pill. Because like I said, man, every week, y'all, whenever y'all tell me y'all got a new one, I'm like, oh, I got to see what this is now. I see Bobby Hall Jr. asking in the chat, when are the announcers going to race with the Bluegrass people? Just wait for the recruitment races. That's whenever we normally get in there. I got second place in one of them one time, so I'm saying it was against a bunch of good people too.
I'm telling you, if we do heat races, I'm good in the 20 lap mains, baby. Get me over a 40 lap segment, I'm gonna be P14, 28 seconds behind. I'm telling you, I'm bad when it comes to saving tires. I'm gonna have to relearn how to drive, especially with all the updates. I got good at it, but like 2020, what was it, like freaking around November, December? I started getting good around 2020, late 2020. Then I just quit all last year. I really didn't race much last year at all, but I've been getting back in the rig. Got a new wheelbase and everything, so I've been enjoying it a lot more. Been doing a lot of open wheel racing though, so me and Chris will get back into the oval races. Like you said, recruitment races will be there. And I'm definitely wrecking Matt Kemp if he's in my recruitment race. I'm not letting him or Zack Nichols win. I'm just wrecking him.
Yeah, it's just going to be one of those things where, like I said, the recruitment races are normally where whenever I saw Jason throwing them up, that's whenever I would be like, okay, cool. I'm going to go try and see how I can hang with everybody. And like I said, I got second place in a couple of them. So I was excited with my with my finishes, but that guy in first, if I'd only had 5 more laps, I probably would have had him. But, it is how it is. Lap 30 out of 400, though, we're sitting here. Everybody pretty much still sitting where they were sitting, except for Cedric Hunter, Gabriel Ellison, and Michael Sturgill. They have moved up 1 position, 2 positions, both between Gabriel and Michael. And then Mikey Neal falling back to that 5th position. You see Matt Grenier moved himself up 1 position. And then Brandon Holder, we saw him riding in that 4th position from the start. He's now falling his way back to that 7th position. You see Mo Abbott up 1 position. Frankie Barroso up 4 positions from his starting point. And Zack Nichols, who has not really had much to say this entire race. Like we said, probably just going to let these boys get up here and duke it out up in the front and see if he can not get involved in any of the early chaos or madness that could happen. And then just be like it was the truck series for Joey Doucette. Joey Doucette pretty much just had to finish the race at the end of it. All the trucks had been knocked out, and it was just him by himself. He had to at least get to lap 120, so that way he could secure that victory, and he did. So it was one of those things where maybe that 44 is just doing the same thing, not really wanting to give up a lot of track position, not really wanting to fight out for anything right now, because he knows that he's got a long race to go.
Long race indeed. What's up, Rylan? You're going to fall asleep in your chair in like the next 5 laps. I know how you are, so I might as well say hi to you before you fall asleep. But man, long race indeed, Chris. This is definitely going to be one of those ones, like I keep saying, attrition, man. Keep your head down. Don't lose focus. Definitely don't turn a Netflix show on your second monitor while you're racing. Some of those guys do that. I've seen people do that. during these, dude, I've seen people in 24-hour race. Oh!
Woo-hoo-hoo! Cedric Hunter. Looks like he charged in there for just a split second, had to get out of that gas. But it looks like he's going to keep it clean underneath him. Right now, that 54 Matt Kemp, though, he's looking up in that rear view. Looks like coming down pit lane right now is that 19 of Blanchard. So it looks like he's going to relinquish that 13th spot, go ahead and come down pit lane, maybe take some fresh fuel and tires. Is there for a second, I was like, wait a second, Cedric Hunter coming down pit lane, because the pink cars had me all thrown off. But it looks like coming out of the corner, yeah, it looks like Blanchard did come down pit lane, maybe take right sides only, and fuel was down pit lane for 14 seconds.
That should be 2 tires of fuel.
Okay, yeah, it should be 2 tires of fuel. You are correct. Whoa, 25 of Mikey Neal Jr. getting into the wall just a little bit right there. Saw the sparks flying off.
Yeah, it doesn't like you took any damage, though. Just gave it a little bit of a kiss right there.
So right now, you're watching that battle for the 5th position. You see in front of Bo Abbott right here is Matt Grenier, currently your 6th position leader. But whoa, it looks like, I was going to say, it looks like that 07's got a really good driving on that 54. He's going to be leaning on that corner panel coming out of turn 4. He's going to try to loosen him up and get underneath him. Let's see who can win this race to the line. It looks like that 07 might have led that lap.
We know that 07 is the teammate to the 77, who's right there behind that 54. So I'm just trying to put the pressure to Matt Kemp, help his teammate get up there. But it looks like Matt Kemp's going to hold on. Good run here for the 54.
Yeah, it looks like the 54 just had a little bit better momentum coming out of turn 2, excuse me. Here goes the 07 again, trying to set that move up on the inside. The Tri-Oval is definitely a scary place to battle for the lead, because we saw last night that was where pretty much all the cars got taken out, with the exception of
all I'm saying, if you want to know how sketchy it is to go too wide to the Tri-Oval, go to YouTube right now. Kyle Petty, Davies Allison, All-Star Race Wreck. You tell me if you would want to wreck in that Tri-Oval going too wide. It can get hairy through there.
Oh yeah, especially wasn't it? I think it was Kyle Petty that sent. Whoa! You see the 07 getting a little loose up there. He's gonna open up the door here for his teammate.
You said he sent Earnhardt. He didn't. He didn't touch Earnhardt. Earnhardt got himself loose.
But I want to say that was when Kyle Petty wrecked Davey Allison into the pocket, right?
Yeah, through the pocket.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about. Okay.
And he didn't wreck Earnhardt coming out of 4. They didn't even touch. Earnhardt got air loose. He just spun himself. One of those rare times that Earnhardt just lost the car.
Speaking of, that is something that you don't normally see, was that 3 machine of Earnhardt ever getting really loose. Whoa, speaking of loose, you saw that 77 get a little loose on that top lane.
And you can kind of work this track like a super speedway, not through the turns at all. But through the straightaways, it can definitely work like a super speedway. You get the drafting momentum from your teammates, the push, but that can also make you suffer through the corner, as it can push you into the corner a little bit too hard sometimes and really make you, the car suffer and, get tight, loose, whatever it may be. As you'll see that happen sometimes. It looks like the 70 of Sturgill going to come down pit road. He's going to be the second driver out of the field to make a green flag pit stop here tonight.
Yeah, wondering how much fuel these cars have in them. If I could get a word in Josh's ear from Jason there, if we're running full fuel or if we're running 50%, I can't remember which ones. I can't remember which ones the Cups run.
He'll tell me. Give him about 10 seconds. He'll tell me. Go ahead and deafen and wait for the response.
As Gabriel Ellison right now trying to tuck up to that 54 of Matt Kemp. You see coming up behind that 5 of Brian Terry.
Fuel.
Okay, so 100% fuel. So that means they could probably go about 60 laps realistically. But Michael Sturgill not wanting to push the issue too much. We know he's going to probably try to undercut it, maybe hope for a caution here early on. We see Brian Terry going a lap down. Michael Sturgill has went a lap down as well. And then Blanchard, who come down pit lane early on, is also a lap down. So right now, there's 3 cars off of the lead lap, 11 that are still on it. Right now, Matt Kemp still leading the race, but Gabriel Ellison is all over that back bumper. I'm looking for these Lucky Duck boys to get up here in front of get in front of this 54 and then block. That's what I'm waiting to see. So right now, as we were seeing it last night, Jason and co had to have, had to really keep Bryce Hunter behind them, because we saw that once Bryce Hunter got up in front of everybody, he was gone. And so right now, that's what these two boys in these Lucky Duck cars are probably looking up right now and going, okay, we've got to get in front of him, because that's the only way we're going to get, we're going to be able to keep him, behind us, is if we've got to get in front of him.
Yeah, these Lucky Duck guys are going to have to work together. We know how hard those No Chance Motorsports drivers could drive those race cars. It looks like the 77 is trying to set up a move. Doesn't look like he will get it. You saw him getting ready to go to the inside, just letting that 54 know he was there. Whether it's peek out in that side mirror, move around in that rearview mirror you see right there in Gabriel's car at the top of your screen. Whatever it may be, you just get that car moving around in that mirror. The driver in front of you sometimes may think, oh, he's making a move. Just get them off their groove just a little bit. Get them tight through the corner, make them entry just a little bit higher than they want to, have to lift out the gas, kill that momentum. Anything. It all happens here. But look at Zack Nichols rolled his way up into 5th place already.
Yeah, we're seeing that 44 machine starting to come to life now. Maybe, that just kind of sitting back there, biding his time, not really using up his equipment. This is something that we were talking about last night. A lot of these drivers that practice a lot of these races, they can really learn how to drive their cars. And then, once these drivers, get in here 40, 50 laps into it, that's whenever they start have to really rely on their equipment to keep them alive. And we're seeing right now that Zack Nichols is moving his way up around Mikey Neal. But speaking of moving their way around, looks like the 77 trying to make a move on the inside of the 54, Matt Kemp. Let's see if that 07 can push his teammate through up into that lead. See if he can strand him up here on that top lane.
Yeah, these two Lucky Duck drivers need to be careful here, though. Don't want to get themselves caught up in something, especially the two championship runners there, one of them being their teammate. But it looks like they're all going to back off, get it settled out here. And the 54 of Matt Kemp, man. I got to clap. Just a slow clap. He has had some excellent defense here these first 50. He's done an excellent job in that 54 machine, and we know Matt Kemp is no slouch. He said he would be very surprised if he came in tonight and beat Zach for a championship. But I can see Matt Kemp honestly doing it, man. He's a consistent driver. Every time we see him and Zach get racing together, he puts it to Zach more than anybody else will sometimes. And they're teammates. And you see those guys beat and bang, knock around each other, sometimes. Both racing for the championship tonight. I think it's all hands out, Chris. They're going to take those gloves off. They're not teammates here tonight. They're both racing for that championship. As much as they respect each other, and they're going to respect each other on the racetrack, if it comes down to it, I don't think you're going to be afraid to throw a block or throw that quarter panel hit or get up on that quarter panel, hit that back bumper, whatever it may be, push them into the corner. Once it comes down to championship time, I think both of them are going to throw that teammate status out the window.
Yeah, it's going to be really one of those things to see how Matt Kemp can handle all of this pressure. He knows that he's got his teammate that's also battling for a championship. So it's going to be something that you watch. Look at that big run there on that outside from that 70 of Michael Sturgill. Going to go ahead and get his lap back the old-fashioned way. You can just tell that difference between those tires and those older tires and those newer tires. Michael Sturgill just able to really run that top lane with ease. But like you were saying, Josh, throwing blocks, though, that's what I'm expecting to see. That's why I'm saying these Lucky Duck guys, they're going to have to get around Matt Kemp and then really block him if they're going to have anything to say. Because now, speaking of the devil, Zack Nichols is starting to roll up in that back mirror just a little bigger now. He's got it under 3 seconds. So, like I said, maybe Zack Nichols is just doing a little bit of a strategy as Gabriel Ellison coming down pit lane right now. So the second Lucky Duck driver, Mikey Neal, also coming down. Mo Abbott bringing it down. You see Frankie Barroso also in that 12 machine bringing it down pit lane. So pit lane's already starting a little early. See if Matt Kemp and if Cedric Hunter is going to try to slow up Matt Kemp just a little bit when everybody's going to go ahead and come down pit lane.
Yeah, it does look like Cedric Hunter is really starting to put the pressure on now the 54. And you know what he's doing right now? That 77 came down pit road. He's going to have to put as much pressure to the 07. It's kind of like a Formula One tactic. What you do here is you put your teammate out there, you stick him on that 54. You keep applying that pressure. You try to make him have just a little bit of a hiccup, not wreck him, not do anything, nefarious or crazy, but you try to hold him up. You make him just suffer a little bit more on his pace so these guys on fresh tire can catch up, make up a little bit more time on that undercut. It's a strategy. I don't know if it's going to work out. The 54 does look like he's going to stay out. The 07's going to take the lead, so theoretically, it is working. The 07's got the lead. These guys got the undercut cooking. We'll see if they're going to make it, though. I know, when's our first stage break here tonight? I can't remember. Lap 100, yeah. I'm over here thinking about our short stage breaks, but lap 100 is our stage break, Chris just said to me, so every 100 we will have a stage break, so they've got a long way to go here for the stage, and this undercut could work, could help out a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'm still hearing, the 150 laps stage process. I haven't really put together what all our stages here are tonight, but it makes sense to do every 100.
Yep, so every 100, so lap 100, lap 200, lap 300. We will have 3 stages, and that will be it. As we're looking right now, Zack Nichols is slowly starting to creep up into Matt Kemp's rearview mirror. He's now got his teammate under 3 seconds. So it was 3 seconds to that third place position. So now he's already putting that third place position back behind him a little bit. Now looking up in front of him, he is starting to gain on Matt Kemp. So we'll see if he can gain on him before that 54 decides to come down pit lane. But we're seeing Cedric Hunter right now. He's got out into that open air, and he's really starting to run off right now. Matt Kemp might be just doing a little bit of conserving going on right now.
Yeah. 54 is starting to fall off a little bit here now, Chris.
Yeah, it does look like that 54 will be coming down pit lane here in not too long, but I would say actually here before too long. I see Joey Doucette over in the YouTube chat saying, let's go, boys. Good to have you over in that YouTube chat. See Brian Terry coming down pit lane. But while we've got a second and a break in the action, everybody kind of spread out. We're going to go ahead and throw it to an LNS Custom side-by-side. You won't miss any of the action, and we'll be right back with you.
With the ButtKicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. ButtKicker, the future is feeling.
Welcome you back from that LNS Custom side-by-side. As it looks like now Matt Grenier going to be making his way down pit road. As now it'll be Doug Newbigging, Zack Nichols, Matt Kemp, and Cedric Hunter, your only drivers that have not come down pit road. As it... Oh. Yeah, your voice just gave out, didn't it?
Good thing I was muted and nobody heard that. My voice just gave out.
That was a voice crack if I've ever heard one.
Oh, I also am seeing Jason say next week when we do the All-Star race, your way in race is when the announcers are going to be able to race with them, Josh. And that's what I'm hearing. If I am wrong, Jason, please correct me. As we're seeing, Zack Nichols looks like he just got around with his teammate, Matt Kemp. So wondering how long Matt Kemp's going to stay out on these older tires. Like we were saying, it looks like Zack Nichols just back there in the back, just kind of biding his time, not really using that equipment up. And now you see, up in second place. These older drivers like Michael Sturgill, who came in at lap 40, really probably starting to feel those tires underneath him now, having to lift maybe a little bit more than usual. He's already 23 laps on those tires. So it looks like Cedric Hunter's still going to be out in the lead. He's got about a 2-second gap over Zack Nichols, who you see right now on the inside of Frankie Barroso. Looks like coming out of turn 2, Frankie Barroso going to win that race. But you see Brandon Holder looks like he's making a move onto the inside. Whoa! Whoa, the 44 having to get checked up a lot. It looks like maybe not anticipating Brandon Holder to have that big of a run underneath him. And maybe Brandon Holder just not expecting the 44 to be that slow. Man, that could have really been messed up for that 44 just then. But looks like everybody going to keep it going here. Cedric Hunter still 2 seconds out from that 44. So right now the 07 still in the lead, showing that he has the pace to really sit up here in the front. As you see right now, the 12 and the 31 getting a really fast run on that inside to that outside lane around that 07. The 07 just not able to keep up with those older sets of tires that he's got on the car. Looks like Zack Nichols, Matt Kemp coming down pit lane right now. They are.
Yeah, the two no chance guys going to finally pull the plug and bring it down pit road on those old tires. It looks like Cedric Hunter now will be the only one. Actually, I lied. Cedric Hunter and Doug Newbigging, still the two Lucky Duck guys, have not come down. So we'll see if the 07 and the 7 try to make that move here down pit road. You know, it was up until about 4 weeks ago, about 4 or 5 races ago, that I noticed all the Lucky Duck guys' numbers are all 7s.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to lie. When Cedric Hunter joined, I was looking at it, I was like, man, the 07, that's cool. And then I was like, wait, they're all just different variants of the 7. Not going to lie. It was a little bit slow on that to catch up to me, but once I realized it was like one of those, you looked at it, and I was like, I feel stupid. Because I always wondered why because, not a lot of people run the number 70. That's a very random number. And then I called it one day, and I was like, oh, it all makes sense. The 07, the 70, 77, and then I was just like, yeah, I shouldn't be allowed to even think. Just think, this is the guy that's calling your races.
Right now, it looks like the 77 and the 07 are currently battling for that first and second position. We see the 77 of Gabriel Ellison. He is currently your Final Four driver who is battling for that championship. It does not matter where he finishes in the race. He does not have to win the race as long as he finishes in front of the people that he is currently racing, which is Brandon Holder right now, who is currently sitting in 5th position. And then Zack Nichols and that 54 machine in 9th place of went away there just for a second. The 54 of Matt Kemp. So these are the drivers that are currently sitting in the position to really set themselves up for the win here. We saw Zack Nichols, who just kind of held back in the back in about 13th position, just come out of nowhere, and the next thing you know, he was in 2nd place up there with his teammates. So one of these things to watch out for is if Zack Nichols does have the pace to just kind of relax. And that does look
pitting again.
It looks like Blanchard is on his way down pit lane. He did come down at lap 40, I want to say.
33.
33, so.
He came at lap 33, so this Technically,
is
well,
about.
would be, I guess, if they're scheduling every 30, he's gonna run out of tires pretty quick.
Oh yeah, he's gonna run out of tires real quick if they're scheduling that. Maybe this is just that pit stop before to see if he can set something up.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be multiple pit stops here throughout the race, and we'll see. I'm sure some for fuel, some for tires, some for whatever. But looks like he did take 2 tires and fuel again. So
Yeah, 15-second stop for that 13 of Christopher Blanchard. So we'll see how he gets set up there. It's weird saying him the 13 and Brian Terry got the 13.
I know, right? Is probably one of those things, Chris. He drove it out there, got the first set, realized he messed up again on that set, and this set is going to be the set. That's what it is. This is the set that we're going to make last now, baby. I mean, the stage is at 100, so it's going to be taking tires in another 30.
Yeah, so, yeah, you are right. So maybe he does have something set up here. We'll have to see what Blanchard has up his sleeves. But right now, Michael Sturgill sitting in that second position. It looks like Gabriel Ellison has started to pull away from his Lucky Duck teammate in that 77. Mikey Neal Jr., who's just now coming out of turn 2, is about 5 seconds off of him. Not a driver battling for that championship. And then behind him, you see Mo Abbott, who is currently blinking in and out right now. So that's why you can't really see him. The 31 of Brandon Holder, who is one of your playoff drivers, currently sitting in that 5th spot. Frankie Barroso right behind him. And then right behind Frankie is that 44 of Zack Nichols, who you should see get on a little bit of a tear here. He has definitely been sitting back a little bit too long, and I'm wondering if this is where you're going to see him start really moving, as you see him get around Frankie Barroso real quick.
Everybody in front of him pitted less, if not 10 laps or less than him. 10 laps or more is what I meant to say, excuse me. So anywhere from 10 to 15 lap older tires are in front of him, and he is going to be moving here. He's got a good little gap here to lead, just about a couple seconds though, so I'll say a couple seconds, a handful of seconds, but he should get rolling here. I think this is where Zack Nichols is going to come to life. You see him pick up a couple positions here before the stage. But what I was going to say, Chris, sorry, but before I was going to cut you off, I was going to say, one thing that I will say about the No Chance guys is they made it all the way to 65. That means they should be able to make it all the way to 100. That's only 5 more laps on their strategy. Almost. Not even 5 more laps, excuse me. I don't even know why I said it like that. I can't math. That shows you how bad I am at math. But you know what I mean. It's only, you know, it's less laps than what they ran on the 65, so I think they should be able to manage it. It's no problem for them, and they're going to be a set ahead of everybody that seems like a lot of people are having to take 2 or 3 pit stops. Like, you know, we saw Christopher Blanchard come down twice in this first stage here, and everybody else has only come down once. And it just shows that the No Chance guys might be able to save their equipment a little bit longer, because look at where everybody else pitted, look where they pitted, and now look at their position compared to everybody else. They're still making good time even with their later overcuts. So I think these No Chance guys have some good cars here tonight. You know, Matt Kemp was leading the race. Now he's back in 8. But like we said, that saves your tires a little bit more, and it allows you to maybe not run as many sets to a stage. So they could have some more here if some, you know, action was to happen at the end.
So it looks like Zack Nichols picking off his 2 victims early, Mo Abbott and Brandon Holder, who are on those older strategies. So right now, he's about 1 second and 7/10 off of Mikey Neal Jr. now. So we're seeing going into turn 1 is that 44, but coming out of turn 2, you're seeing Zack Nichols is really gaining on that 25 machine. But he's still 5 seconds off of Gabriel Ellison. Excuse me, 6 seconds, 6.5 seconds off of Gabriel Ellison. So we're going to have to see how that plays out here in the long run, because right now Gabriel Ellison's still doing a good job to hang on to that lead. The points really do not matter now, so the stage break winners are pretty much just for the prize money at the end of it, you know. Normally they pay for next week's race, but I guess you would say next week's race would be not paid for, so because the only one we have is the All-Star race, so maybe just an extra pocket money. But right now, that 77 is doing a good job hanging on to that stage 1 win so far. But he's going to have his teammate Michael Sturgill creeping up behind him in not too long, when it looks like Zack Nichols already catching that 25.
You know, and the way you say that, Chris, it makes me bring up a point here. We've got a long race, so there's just going to be a couple talking points here between us, I'm sure. So, you know, you say that, and it makes me think, though, a lot of guys that don't realize, they like, oh, I got to get in iRacing and pay this much money to do this and that. And yeah, that is true. But you are getting a laser scan track. You're getting one of the best services for racing, you know, that we have at the moment. This is the cream of the crop. But what I was going to say is the way you said it right there, the prize money. You got to think of it that way, man. You're paying the whatever for the track sometimes. You get into a league, man. You be a good driver. You just put the practice in, the effort. You can honestly go from being an average Joe to running these leagues, making some good profit off of it, like some of the guys do at local short tracks. So you can turn this into a legit career. That's the thing about iRacing. Some of these leagues are very serious, have very prominent sponsors, have good cash payouts. Bluegrass is those leagues that is growing. Our first year, yeah, I was like, man, this is awesome. This is awesome. This second year, it was like, wow, this is even better. And now we've got more talks. It's just growing and growing. That these guys, you know, they might think, oh, this is just esports. This is just e-racing. This is just, you know, racing sims, whatever it is. Some people consider it a video game because they just don't like it that much. They just hate it. You know, it's like, I think it's awesome, man. This is iRacing is a big thing. You can turn it into a career, and you can also, you know, if anybody knows who Zack Nichols is, dude was on William Esports at one point. Not sure if he still is. I'm not gonna speak anything like that. I don't know if he is or not. I haven't heard any of his updates. I know he had a pro license for a while too. I mean, we've got talent, man, in this field. There is people on this service with talent. A lot of these guys can go out and make late model starts because of people meeting them in a league and seeing how good they are on the iRacing platform. So that's just a thing I've always thought about here and wanted to bring up. But you saying that made me bring the talking point of it up. Don't give up if you're on iRacing. Just keep the head down, man. As a driver, I know it's difficult. I'm one of those drivers that have all that forward, given up, dogged, cussed people out in a race before just because of a stupid move. We've done it all. Everyone's done that. But as a racer, you just got to keep your head down, man. And in the long run, iRacing might seem a little pocket expensive, but it is, because at the end of the day, it's like real life racing. You can make a freaking career out of this, man. It's awesome. You're getting in the race car and as close as you can to a race car. Real life aerodynamic guys, real life guys that understand the actual physics of these cars, driver input, everything. So iRacing not only is just this, oh, it looks like this and that, or it's this and that. These guys are, oh, Brandon Holder, oh, that's not good for him. You said it earlier, Chris, he was in the wall in practice, and that looks like here it's starting to come back and bite him. And that damage isn't good, Chris. We know how damage is at Charlotte.
Yeah, Josh, that damage on that front right quarter panel, that's really going to hurt him on a track like this.
I bet you that car is going to get tight now.
It's really going to hurt him on a track like this. A track, you know, you don't think that that Charlotte is, you know, a super speedway because, you know, it's a mile and a half. But, you know, if you think about it, it's only, what, a mile and a half shorter than Daytona?
It's a half a mile shorter.
Half a mile shorter than Daytona.
So it's like, here's the thing I say. It's like, people don't realize that, oh, you're going out there. It's not like the old days, man. These cars, they're so aerodynamic dependent on every little thing. And it comes back to how I say it's almost like Formula One with the pit stop strategies. It's almost like Formula One with these Gen 6 bodies, man. You bang up a little bit of anything on that car, it's absolutely useless. I mean, it can become a useless race car. So we've got to pass for that second place position. Zack Nichols going to get past Sturgill as he's got Gabriel Ellison up 2.5 seconds now. He's setting the laser beams. Chris, Zach, you turned off your targeting system. Is something wrong? This boy is about to go, man. He is on the move.
I see what you did there, Josh. But Zack Nichols, like you said, moved himself up into that second position. Now he's about 2.4 seconds off of that leader, Gabriel Ellison, who is on 15 older lap tires. So this is going to be interesting to see how much longer Gabriel Ellison can hang on to this lead, because now you're looking, you know, if I was in that 77 camp, you know, if I was able to talk to him, I'd tell him, look, buddy, you're going to have to stop, you know, you're going to have to stop wearing your equipment out so easy. You know, if you fall back a couple of positions, that's fine. But, you know, you're going to have to stop going out there and eating that equipment up, because that's what that 44 is doing. That 44 is basically just laying back, and he's waiting on all of these drivers to eat their equipment up. I think I'm learning Zack Nichols' a frame of mind here. As, you know, like I say, you know, I always say that these races are pretty much like watching film for me.
It
you
is.
Know, as a person that, you know, who does drive, you know, in the sim rig and everything, watching everybody drive like this, I kind of learn things from watching these boys drive. And I think I'm kind of picking up where Zack Nichols is throwing down now.
Man, I can't remember where we were at. It was Xfinity. No, it was the next gen cars. I was watching him race somewhere, and I watched a next gen race on the platform. Watched how a guy was running the corner. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna go in this next gen practice. I haven't sat in the rig in however long. There was like 20 plus entries in that server. A lot of guys with all their A license, and And like I told my brother, I went in there and I set the second fastest lap in the server in like 2 laps. And was so happy. I was like, man, just because I watched the guy, I haven't sat in the rig in so long, and I was able just to adapt by watching another driver run the track and take what I saw them do and put it in my own, put my own, ability to that. So that's what we love about the sim racing, in iRacing. It's not one of those things that, oh, how is that guy doing that? Yeah, how is that guy doing that? It's a big thing in this platform, but you can learn to do it. And once you learn to do it, man, oh my goodness, you're unstoppable sometimes. And that's Zack Nichols for sure.
Yeah, like I said, pretty much watching these drivers race every week, it's like getting free film study, and I actually go back and watch a couple of the replays whenever I'm like, man, I just got to see how he did that. And like I said, a lot of what I see these boys do, I apply it into my real life racing, or, I say real life racing, my in rig racing, I guess you can say.
You put it into your own racing.
Yeah, putting into my own racing lines. And, like, that was what I'm saying. Like with Alex Huffman, New Hampshire. Never ran the track before in my life. Never had driven Loudon before. I'd only watched racing ever done there. Well, the next thing I know, I'm out running 3rd place just off of watching the line that, the line that Huffman was running. So it's what I'm saying. It just comes out to show you is if you just pay attention to other drivers, a lot of drivers will just kind of sit back and let everybody eat their equipment up. And I think that's what that 44 has done here tonight.
As we have 9 laps technically to the stage. It's going to be Gabriel Ellison out in the lead, but 9/10 back is Zack Nichols starting to catch up. So we'll see if that 44 is going to get up here and just blow the doors off this 77. It looks like they've got fairly decent lap times. 2/10 faster that last time was Zack Nichols. We'll see how the lap times are this time.
It looks like Zack Nichols still reeling in that 77.
Oh, yeah. Andy's getting into that draft zone. He's really going to suck up down the backstretch this time, I think. 32.56 for Gabriel, 32.23 for Zack. So, yeah, 3/10 faster that time. He's really going to pull it through 1 and 2 here. And once he gets into this bubble right here down the backstretch, I think he should be in about 3/10 gap, 4/10 gap here into 1 and 2.
Yeah, as you're starting to see right now, that 44.
5/10. I honestly don't know draft. I thought he was going to suck up a little bit more, but he didn't.
Now, if you're looking at Gabriel Ellison, this is pretty much what he's seeing in his field of view. I know it'll probably be a little different, but if you're looking at it down in that mirror, you can definitely see that 44 starting to creep up in that mirror, especially in the mirror up there. If he's running a virtual mirror or something, you can start seeing that car starting to get bigger and bigger. That's whenever he starts getting into your head. So we'll see if Gabriel Ellison can hang on to just this little bit of momentum that he has. He's only got 5 laps after he hits the line before he hits that stage break, and he can take a breath. But it looks like that 44 is already charging up on the inside lane right now.
Oh, and he is going to get into the inside, and that's going to be an easy pass for Zack Nichols. 6 to go for the stage here. New leader, Zack Nichols, out of turn 2 as they're starting to pull up on the back bumper of it. Looks like Brian Terry, I want to say.
The 5 of Brian Terry. It's a good pass there from the 44. Man, making that Hot Wheels car just look really good out there on the track right now. Whenever I saw him, I remember when Zack Nichols went to that 44 scheme for the first time, I was like, you can't be the number 44 and not run a Hot Wheels scheme. Like, I feel like that's a sin against NASCAR. If you have the number 44, you got to run a Hot Wheels scheme. And whenever I saw it, I was like, ooh. And then I saw him roll out with the black Hot Wheels scheme tonight. Ooh, just even looking better.
That's like running the 28 without putting any type of Texaco Haviland.
Right.
If you're not running a Davey Allison skin on the 28, just don't even run the number, bro. Like at that point, that's just how I feel about it. Real talk, That's how much that number means to this Erie Town boy, man. 28, it's just all Davey Allison to me. I care about Ernie Irvan. I love Swervin Irvan, and he was, honestly, to me, the most respectful guy to bring in after Davey, when he picked up that win and he took the shirt off, or took his uniform off, had the Davey shirt on. He's talking about how it was for Davey and all that. Ernie was a good guy, but man, that 28 to me, they should have just taken that number and completely changed it. That to me, Gabriel Ellison is 28. And that's what I think of when I see it. It's like when you look at the 3, you think of Dale Earnhardt, right? Just how it is. And Mo Abbott knows. Mo Abbott knows that when he got to that 3, he held a certain responsibility when he took that number.
He did.
He knew what he had to do. And Mo Abbott, I will say, has done perfect all season. If it's not the beautiful Goodwrench black, it's the throwback scheme to the 96 Atlantics. Olympic. I said Atlantics. Atlanta Olympics. Jesus, man, I cannot talk. You know, we got a lot of guys here that, you know, the 31, he runs that singular wireless throwback. So a lot of these guys respect their numbers, and I like that. Adam Lancaster, I'm calling you out. We need a UPS car.
Or a Mountain Dew, a Diet Mountain Dew car.
And then the 7 just needs to be a Hooters car. But 2 to the stage here, Chris. Zack Nichols bringing us in closer and closer as we're going to come grab the white flag here for the stage this time. As Zack Nichols out of nowhere from the back of the pack to the front, he is going to grab the white flag here for the stage. At the end of lap 100, we will be to our Blanchard stage towing. Blanchard's towing stage break. Goodness, I cannot talk right now, man. After this stage 1 break, I'm going to have to go take a break, look in the mirror, and tell myself I can talk.
It's around turn 3 right now. Zack Nichols diving it into turn 4. See him coming out of that turn. Whoa, it looks like he might have got a little loose there, but diving it down into it. He's going to take the stage 1 win.
And like what you say, there is no stage points. It doesn't matter if you win 2 stages, 3 stages, and then the other person wins the race. It ain't like that. The stages are just an added bonus to your night if you win them, I guess.
And it's an added break for a few minutes.
Yeah, for real.
You get to kind of unwind, let go of the wheel, you know, pop your knuckles in your hands, and you know, kind of do the what I call the arm flaps, where you kind of stretch your arms out and you throw them out to your side, you know. You kind of do that little bit of a stretch, you know, because this is gonna be a long, hectic race in front of us.
Yeah, to reiterate, Jason did want to make it clear too that the stage doesn't matter for our championship runners, only matters for the guys still that are out of the playoffs, you know. So our regular season runners, those playoff points matter, you know, for guys like Mikey Neal, Michael Sturgill, Mo Abbott, those guys that aren't in the Final Four right now, those stage points do still matter to their final points at the end of the season, you know, 5th place and on. So just to reiterate on that. You know, I kind of made it sound like stage just doesn't matter here tonight at all, but it doesn't matter for our championship runners. But it looks like our field will come down pit road here. Zack Nichols is going to be leading the field into pit road here. As you see the lapped cars going around the field. But this will be the race off pit road. Does he have damage on the front end? Like he had front bumper damage, unless it was just a rendering issue. I don't know. It looked like the whole front bumper. Oh, Matt.
Good stop there for Cedric Hunter. Let's see. I saw Zack Nichols have to lock up. Oh, he's moving too quick. I can't get to him.
I saw you trying to click him, and you were clicking every driver he was passing. It's like a slideshow there for a second. Zack Nichols is going to be your stage 1 winner here, so congratulations to Nichols on that Blanchard's Towing stage win. Looks like they are making their way back out onto the track. We will have a word with this 44 here in just 1 second. Okay, no, he doesn't have front end damage. I think it was just the way that camera was lined up in the reflections. It looked like it was dented in a little bit, but he looks all clean. All right, going to go ahead and bring that 44 now that he's got himself called up to the pace car. Zack Nichols, Chris, and Josh up here in the booth. You got a copy, buddy?
Yep.
Man, we know going into tonight, it has probably been a battle of attrition, or will be a battle of attrition, I should say, all night for you guys. We saw you start at the back of the pack, probably just wanting to fill everybody out, and now you've rolled your way up through and gotten yourself into the Blanchard's Towing stage 1, man. How's this clean air feeling, and what's the game plan going on here? We know we got a lot of fast cars out there. You're 2 of your guys racing for that championship behind you here on this restart. No, it's going to be a tough one here.
Yeah, I mean, we started in the back. I messed up qualifying a little bit, and we just decided to start in the back and play it safe and just lag back, and because you only really got to win or lead the last lap. So there's 300 or so laps you don't really got to try. So we were just planning on staying back there and just biding our time, not looking to get in a wreck early on. We were able to somehow drive through the field and get the stage win there. So that was crazy to me, but yeah, we're looking good so far. Just hopefully we can keep it going.
Heck yeah, man. Well, we know it's going to be a tough night for all you championship runners out there. We know you got a tough restart right here in your hands. Zach, congratulations on the Blanchard's Towing Stage 1 win, man. We're looking forward to this race ahead of you, and good luck in the rest of it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, man. And that was Zack Nichols, your stage winner. See, he says he's surprised sometimes, and that makes you feel like, man, he is human. Zach surprised he won that stage? But then everybody in chat's probably thinking, nah, that's not true. He ain't surprised. He knew he was going to do it. He's just talented, man. That's what happens when you put the hours in, you get the results. I mean, Zach is one of those guys that spends, I want to say, mere hours on this set, or not mere, but, near to, like, probably enough hours to make me a good paycheck. Zach is a great driver, man. No, I'm not saying that anything like that, man. Oh, no. What did he do? Did he speed? Well, looks like he does all the hours on the track and not down pit road, Chris. Because I think Zack Nichols might be coming down pit road to get a speeding penalty. No.
It looks like a stop and go there. We also saw Brandon Holder come down. So, yeah, only down for 6
There's no
seconds.
chance guys love speeding on pit road, because I think it just makes them have to rework through the field. I think Zach did that on purpose so he could just reset at the back here. You heard him. He only got to win the last lap. But here, coming to the end of our stage break, caution, we're going to go back to some green flag racing here in just a moment. You see Zack Nichols and Brandon Holder getting caught back up at the tail end of the field there. Looks like Blanchard is trying to get caught up right now as well. But while we've got these cars stacked up, we're going to go ahead and take that opportunity to allow you fans to get the screens full. You got those beautiful TVs, those beautiful sound bars. I want to see those pictures get big, go full screen on us, get those volumes cranked up. We are going to go here to a loud pedal brought to you by L&S Customs. So once that pace car pulls the way in, pull that radio volume up, and we will be right back with you after this L&S Customs loud pedal.
welcome you back from that LNS Customs loud pedal. As we tried to give everybody just a little bit of a break from our voices. Let everybody kind of hear what's going on the track. You see that right now it looks like Michael Sturgill and Mo Abbott are battling it out for position. We saw Mo Abbott move all the way up to that third place, but now he's going to fall back behind that third place position into fourth place. Going to see if he can set himself up here into a good run. We saw Mikey Neal take over the lead from that 77 a couple of laps ago. So right now it's basically just been Michael Sturgill and Mo Abbott pretty much battling out for that third position. But right now, looks like Mikey Neal Jr. is doing a good job up there in the lead. Got around Gabriel Ellison, but Gabriel Ellison not letting him get too far away in front of him. As we're seeing that 15 of Matt Grenier moved himself back up into his original starting position. All the way up into the wall is that 07 of Cedric Hunter. Whoa! Probably had to get out of the gas. Maybe he had to get a little loose or something. Or he tightened up into that wall. You see the 3 machine also got checking out. Having to check back in behind that 07. So might have had a little bit of a bump or something go on there. But man, that 07 really getting all the way up against the wall. We'll see if we can go back and see what happened to that 07 machine. As it looks like the 07 all over the back bumper of that 3. Going into quarter exit, going into quarter entry, he might have thought oh, just a bump there. It's a little bit of a bump. So the 07, the 3 making a little bit of contact there. We'll see if we can catch it from another point of view. Does not look like we have it, but you saw that little bit of a bump there to that 3 machine, and now that 3 is actually back there blinking just a little bit. You saw everybody kind of reacting to it. Adam Lancaster moving his way up into that 7th position. Everybody pretty much just single file right now. As I see over in the YouTube chat, Stephen Nichols saying, way to go, Zach, watching my boy from a cruise ship by the Honduras. Man, you're having an interesting night tonight, Stephen. And then Kenneth Sickles saying, meanwhile, Uncle Kenny's weathering a winter storm here in northern Michigan. Go Zack Nichols, man, well, hopefully you're okay. And then I see Huffy saying, I'd rather have a tornado or winter storm than tornado warnings like now. You know what? I kind of agree with that, Huffman. I'd rather have a winter storm than a tornado warning any day. It looks like right now that 07 of Cedric Hunter, it looks like he might be trying to work his way back up into that 3rd position. We know he had moved himself up into the lead, was leading the race for pretty much that entire first half. But look at that. Matt Kemp moving his way back up into that 5th spot. He's going to be looking to look on the inside of this 07. Maybe let Matt Grenier help push him up in there. You see back behind him, Adam Lancaster, that 3, 12, and 7. Doug Newbigging, Mo Abbott, Frankie Moroso all riding out there. And then right now, looks like Zack Nichols just doing pretty much, honestly, I feel like I'm having a little bit of deja vu. When I clicked on him, like in the first 4 laps of the race, it was the 44 Zack Nichols back here in 11th, and then you saw Brandon Holder right behind him in 12th. And it pretty much looked like the same thing. It almost felt like deja vu there for a second. I was like, man, they're pretty much just sitting in the same spot. But right now, that 25 of Mikey Neal Jr. still doing a good job holding on to that lead. Like I was saying earlier, doesn't look like you see a lot of fighting going on right now. I see Adam Stanley saying a couple of laps left, be a good race, man. This is got a couple of laps left. This is going to be a damn good race once we get towards the end of it. Because right now we have swapped up leaders, I want to say 6 or 7 times so far. I do not have the stats pulled up in front of me. But we've got 7 lead changes so far. It looks like the 77 of Gabriel Ellison getting a little loose coming out of quarter exit. Got to get it checked up there just a little bit. That's going to allow everybody behind him to start tucking up to him just a little bit. You see Michael Sturgill, that Lucky Ducks number 70. He's also doing a good job. Whoa, seeing some sparks flying off that car. Might have lowered that air pressure on those tires and dragging that rear splitter just a little bit. Or excuse me, that front splitter. As I was going to say, just a second ago, I was about to say it looks like Zack Nichols had just moved up like a lightning bolt, just struck his car, and he took off. He has already moved himself up into that 7th position, was in 11th. Ooh, Frankie Barroso leaning on it, and it looks like Christopher Blanchard coming down pit lane. This is pretty much his scheduled pit stop when he came down last time. So we'll see if Blanchard is on that same pit cycle as he is right now. It looks like coming down out of turn 2, Mikey Neal still in the lead. The 77 to Gabriel Ellison riding right behind him. You see Michael Sturgill looks like he's trying to work his way up around, get a little bit of a momentum grab on his teammate of Cedric Hunter, which that's right now. We've got the top 3, or excuse me, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are all lucky ducks. You got Mikey Neal up there by himself in that elite motorsports machine, and then behind him is that 54 Matt Kemp. There's no stranger to that front pack, so let's see how long Matt Kemp decides to work on this 5th place position when he decides to go. As we see right behind him, now Zack Nichols getting around everybody. The next person in line is that 15 of Matt Grenier.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of separation here under that loud pedal. We saw them 2 wide. They were really racing there hard, but now it seems like they've settled it out. Mikey Neal out in the lead. Gabriel Ellison 2nd. Right now, Gabriel is your championship leader at the moment. Highest of your championship 4 would be Gabriel Ellison and Matt Kemp. Zack Nichols and Brandon Holder is your 4th. Have we checked in on Brandon Holder to see if that 31 machine's got any of that damage repair? We know he took a shot of that outside wall earlier. Looks like, for the most part, does look pretty repaired.
Yeah, it does look like that 31 did get a little bit of that damage straightened out, so good to see that 31 still out here staying competitive. Like we were saying, though, Zack Nichols now leading that pack behind him. Should be able to draw them back up in here to that 15 of Matt Grenier, and then Matt Kemp. He's slowly starting to fall off Cedric Hunter. It looks like the Lucky Duck guys are starting to stack up and maybe start pushing that 77 in front of the 25.
Yeah, Chris, and it looks like that pack is going to get drug up with Zack Nichols, like you were saying. I was thinking maybe he might get a little separation through the corner, but they are pulling along with him, chugging, so it's going to be a good multiple car battle here for this lead, possibly in just a moment, if they all stay, sorry about that, caught up with him. It can be tough to manage and stay with that driver, but we'll see how they're going to manage here.
Yeah, I see right now, it looks like Gabriel Ellison starting to put Mikey Neal under a little bit more of an attack right now. It does look like Zack Nichols is dragging that pack of Adam Lancaster, Frankie Barroso, Brandon Holder, and Doug Newbigging up through. And I want to say maybe Mo Abbott still, Mo Abbott on the tail end of that field. So like we were saying, Mo Abbott moved himself all the way up into that 3rd position. So, we could see Mo Abbott just right now pretty much biding his time. We know Frankie Barroso, one of those drivers as well, that knows how to stick his nose up into a place where sometimes you wouldn't think it needs to be. I know Alex Huffman knows all about it. I'm just kidding with you, Frankie. I got to give you some kind of crap about it. Just got to always remind Alex and Frankie, that crazy clip at New Hampshire was always funny. Not New Hampshire, Nashville. It was at Nashville. It was one of those game-changing moments, and I swear it was such a great moment to go back and watch. But I know every time I bring it up, Frankie always says, "Come on, Chris." So I always got to bring it up just to aggravate him. Love you, Frankie.
Aggravates Alex too, I'm sure.
I know it aggravates Alex as well, so that's why I always bring it up, because I know I always get a 2-for-1.
Hey, but Alex went on to drive that go-kart at Millbridge, so I don't think he's too upset.
Yeah, I don't think he cared too much about it.
Yeah, but here at lap 137, we're getting to that halfway point. Should start seeing some drivers come down pit road here soonish. I'm not saying that they're going to come down here anytime soon. We know Blanchard's been on that 30-lap, pit stop cycle. And earlier in the race, I said he would run out of tires. Now that I've sat here and done math in my head, no, he wouldn't. I just think I'm dumb. So we'll see how they're all going to manage here. I think we might see, like Maurer said when they were going to the stage, I saw him say it in chat, I don't think it got pointed out, that he wasn't probably getting caught for speeding. I think he might have went down and just topped up just a little bit more I don't think he would have gotten 6 seconds worth of fuel on a pace lap, but hey, if that's what it was, he might be trying to stretch it maybe 65 laps to 70 laps. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm also seeing Huffy say, you better hope I'm never in an official session with you. You'll get the Frankie special. So just remember, Josh, if you ever see
Me?
If you ever see Huffy,
You're the one that brings it up all the time. I think he was talking to you, Knucklehead.
Okay.
Won't have to start. Man, you're trying to throw me under the bus.
As it looks like right now, I was about to say, it looks like that 77 of Gabriel Ellison going to make the move to the inside. Whoa, but the 07 of Cedric Hunter making the move to the inside of his teammate. Not going to make it stick, though. It looks like that 07 going to back out of the gas. That 54 of Matt Kemp going to start trying to make up a little bit of ground off of him. But speaking of making up a little bit of ground, look at Zack Nichols. He is slowly starting to close in on that gap by himself. He's already left that gaggle of race cars that he was leading. Now he's starting to catch the group of race cars that matter.
Yeah, he's got a big gap between him right here, too, as well, between those drivers up in the lead pack. So we'll see if he can shrink that gap, Chris, and possibly get it up there. So sorry, I just had to mess with you. But Zach's doing a good job, and that's exactly what I was saying, is every of those drivers in that pack behind him, the only way they're going to get pulled up is if they manage that speed as well, and it doesn't look like they were able to manage that speed. All that dirty air, Zach's kind of in a clean pocket right now, so he's basically in clean air. But it looks like that 07, man, he has just not been racing anybody easy tonight. Cedric Hunter, he is doing everything he can for his Lucky Duck teammates. He does not want Matt Kemp to get by.
It looks like just going through that triangle that maybe the 54 and the 07 made a little bit of contact there. Might have bumped each other. We'll see if we can go back and see that. See, battling through the corner here, they are definitely leaning on each other. You see the 07 starting to pinch down on that 54, not giving him too much room, and then, oh, it got mighty close. It got mighty close.
They would have made contact right there. The 07 would have hit the outside wall faster, and you can say fast. That's pretty fast. This is a short word, only 4 letters.
Right now, it looks like Matt Kemp going to be trying to set himself up for another pass here. Doesn't look like he's got the momentum going into the corner. Yeah, he had to check out right there. It looks like maybe the 07. Well, as I say it, though, the 54 going to stick it on the outside lane.
And look at him. He's got the drive. Woo-hoo! He's cooking beans now, baby. I probably just sound like Mario right there.
Yeah, but wonder if he's going to make it stick.
Whoa,
oh
my gosh, he's still going. What the heck, Matt Kemp? Somebody give this man a contract. What a pass. And he's going all the way out there to Mikey Neal. He said, hold on, baby. I'm all hyped up on Mountain Dew, and took to the outside lane. Matt Kemp. Jesus, man. I have not seen an outside lane pass like that in a while. 3 cars for the price of 1, baby. I bet those Lucky Duck guys are kicking themselves right now.
Yeah, you saw him just ride that outside lane. Was able to take all that momentum away from the Lucky Duck guys on that inside lane, who probably were like, whoa, what in the world is going on? They just had to check up a little bit. The next thing you know, the 54 is gone. He is already moving his way up into that second place.
That was like superhero style pass right there.
That was
awesome, man. He just found a whole different level of grip and just took off.
Yeah, you don't really see a lot of passes happen on the outside lane.
They put that resin up there on the outside lane. Brian Terry getting caught up in it a little bit. That was a jump scare for the Lucky Duck guys. Gabriel Ellison's getting caught up in it behind his teammates here now. I'm sure he's probably wanting them to go. Probably telling him it's all right, but at the same time, in the back of his head, he's probably thinking, I got to go up there and get Matt.
Yeah, it looks like maybe that 5 machine just got up into that top lane, and it looked like the 70 had to check out of it really hard. Everybody else having to check out of it. Now we're going to see if Matt Kemp, who's got a little bit of clean air between him and that 70 machine, can get up here and battle for that lead from that 25. Because as we're talking about it, Zack Nichols is already starting to pull up to the back bumper of that 15 of Matt Grenier.
He is, man. Zack Nichols is one bad to the bone driver. I mean, he's just one of those guys that knows how to put the wheel down and absolutely rip. just talented, and that's really the only way you can put it. Just talented. He's a great driver. He's going to wheel it down here into turn 1 and 2 behind Matt Grenier and Gabriel Ellison. And Gabriel is probably kicking himself. He had all the no chance guys behind him. He had his 2 teammates helping him out there, and then all of a sudden, Matt Kemp says, "All right, I'm going to hit that Darrell Waltrip switch, and I'm going to hit up the Noss." He had a 100 shot. He flew past him on the outside lane. And now it's going to be another no chance guy coming up here, quitting to these lucky duck guys. Gabriel Ellison, man, he's just having to experiment here. And the race is nowhere near being over, but this is all an experiment, man. He's got to learn the way these guys are going to race it here.
Yeah, going to have to see how that 44 it can handle this little bit of slower traffic. And not saying that they are slower, but, you know, if you're looking at it right now compared to lap times, I mean, that 44 Zack Nichols is pretty much eating.
You have to think they're also in traffic, Chris. Your lap times are going to be slower in traffic like that when you're 3 bunched up. But Zack Nichols is going to come up here and try to tear him up, man. It's easy. This is where they get separated, and you'll see it'd be easier to pick them off. But I'm still surprised that Matt Kemp was able to go up there on the outside lane, and I'll take all 3 of them, man. That was just an absolutely heroics right there. That takes a lot of bravery to go up there on that outside lane. And he showed that bravery, especially when you're racing for a championship and this early into the race. We say early, 150 laps. This would be the end of some of our races here coming to this lap, but we're just now getting started, man. We're just now getting in that rhythm. I feel like the race is really just now starting to begin.
Yeah, this is where everything's going to start coming into play. You know, how everybody decides to start seeing, you know, what their strategies are working, you know, how their pit strategies are going to be working. Now, look at that. Zack Nichols now working the inside of 70 of Michael Sturgill. You also see the 15 of Matt Grenier back there working the inside of that 77. But we'll see if Zack Nichols has a pass here for this 4th place position. It does look like the 70 of Michael Sturgill just going to go ahead and give it up. Go ahead and give up that 4th place position. Did not want to be on that outside lane. So Zack Nichols now moved himself up into 3rd, but a pass for the lead. 54 Matt Kemp on the inside. You see Mikey Neal leaning.
Mikey Neal is leaning down there.
He's going to have the momentum on that outside lane. No, he won't.
Matt Kemp got a great run out of the corner. Had a little bit of micro under there, so I didn't get to see the exact run. It looked like the 25 might have got loosened up. We'll have to see here. As they go into the corner too wide, it was a great battle on entry. I think the 25 just might have gotten too down on that quarter panel. And you know how it is, Chris. Sometimes you get too low on that car and it just gets that nose loose a little bit. It doesn't look like it got him loose at all. He just didn't get a great run out of the corner. Maybe just a little bit of a tire difference we're seeing.
It looks like he has fallen off just a little bit as well.
32.9 was his last lap compared to their 32.4 and 32.3. So 25 definitely losing some lap time. And we are getting in that area where they're going to start pitting here in the next couple.
Yeah, that's something that we were saying. It looks
Here comes
like
Zack Nichols right behind him.
Sturgill coming down pit lane right now.
Mikey Neal's going to lose a good bit of positions here. He's about 6/7 tenths, or not 6. He's about 5/6 tenths slower than the field right now that's coming by him. All the way down to about 6th position, 7th position is still faster than him. So he's going to have to make the decision to either find the pace or come down pit road here soon. He might lose a couple positions, but I think he's still in a good spot. We've got a lot of stages here tonight to recover. This is still plenty of time to call an audible. You're just like we were saying earlier, really starting to find out what's going to work and what's not going to work at this stage of the race.
Yeah, this is where you're starting to test it. You know, like we always say, you know, the stage breaks are really just one of those things where you kind of get to experiment with your car, especially if you have a lot of sets of tires like they have tonight. You can really experiment with it. You know, go out there and see, okay, how does the car react? If I just dig constantly, or how does it react if I wait 20 laps, then start digging, how does it react then? So, with these stage breaks and stuff like that, you have that ability to kind of, practice a little bit while you're racing. As you see the 44 making a move on the inside of the 25. Zack Nichols making a move. It looks like he's going to clear that 25. He will. So the 44 going to make a move. It looks like 25 going to go ahead and pull it down pit lane.
Yeah, Mikey Neal going to come down pit road, Chris. That's what I was saying. He was starting to lose too much time, and he realized that. he's going to bring his way down pit road. Matt Kemp, Cedric Hunter, Zack Nichols going to be your top three. Gabriel Ellison in fourth. He is third, technically, in the championship standings right now. Matt Kemp will be your leader of the champions. I want to say Cedric Hunter just called. He was pitting.
Looks like Mikey.
A voice I didn't recognize. It was a voice I didn't recognize. Yeah, I was going to say, and I didn't see the name, so had to be Cedric Hunter. And it was. So he's going to pull it down pit road here. It's crazy that I knew it was him just off his name or, voice. It's crazy. You hear these drivers so much, you learn how they sound. And then I heard that and I was like, who was that? And I was like, it has to be Cedric. I don't know that voice.
Well, it looks like Matt Kemp doing a good job to hold off his teammate, but it looks like Zack Nichols slowly starting to reel him in. Like you were saying, Josh, I wonder how long it will be before this 44 decides to come down pit lane. He did come down, take a splash and go before that pit stop before that the stage break ended. So we're going to see if maybe he has a little bit more fuel. It looks like Gabriel Ellison, Doug Newbigging down pit lane right now. So the 7 and the 77 down pit lane. Going to see how long that 44 decides to stay out. Matt Kemp still has pretty much the same lap time on his teammate of Zack Nichols, about 0.7 seconds. So we'll see if he can stay in that same area. But as we've got a little bit of a break in the action, we're going to go ahead, take it to an LNS custom side-by-side, and you won't miss any of the action. We'll be right back with you.
With the ButtKicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. ButtKicker. The future is feeling.
We welcome you back here live as we bring you to the action here as Matt Kemp still out in the lead with Matt Grenier in second. Frankie Barroso holding it on to third. And who was it? Zack Nichols came down pit road. At lap 162, it doesn't look like he had a speeding penalty because he is still executed. Perfectly fine.
does look like he got it slowed down in time. Was just trying to check that speed on entry of pit lane, but he did get it below it. So it looks like Zack Nichols did not get a speeding penalty. Matt Grenier on his way into his pit lane right now. Matt Kemp, though, looking behind him. He sees that he's got that 88 Adam Lancaster and also Zack Nichols right behind him, but he knows that now he's losing a lot of time. Wondering if that 54 going to go ahead and pull it down pit lane now.
Not sure. He's directing the lap traffic in front of him, so we'll see.
Frankie Barroso also driver. Looks
Yep,
like Matt Kemp
down pit road.
Down pit lane. Whoa, locking
big
it up.
Lock up. But he was perfectly fine. He was 40 miles an hour as he crossed the line. It's 45 here. But a big lockup. Good thing they don't need those tires no more.
Yeah, good thing they don't need those tires anymore at all.
And if he was taking right sides only, he's taking 4 now.
Frankie Barroso, though, going to lead that lap here at lap 168. So Brandon Holder also right now trying to just hang on, trying to win at this little bit of what stage he can. But it looks like Mikey Neal, though, on a little bit better of a pit strategy there. He did come down at lap 158, or 156, excuse me. The closest person was Zack Nichols at 162. So we'll see if Mikey Neal does have a little bit under those tires than Zack Nichols, but he's got Michael Sturgill in between them. So we'll just have to see how this Frankie Barroso down pit lane. See right behind him, that 15 of Matt Grenier going to go ahead get his lap back. That is currently your 12th position setter. See Frankie Barroso in that Mark 12 aerospace. Always a good-looking scheme. Getting slowed down into pit lane. So Brandon Holder going to assume the lead here and at least lead one lap. That 31 is the only car out on track who has not come down pit lane since lap 148. So gonna have to see how long he decides to stay out or if he does come down pit lane this time.
He came down pit road at lap 102.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the last person with the least lap would be Mo Abbott at 148.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry, my fault.
Looks like Brandon Holder down pit lane. So now Mikey Neal is in the lead, but it looks like Zack Nichols is only 1.6 seconds behind him. So with that bit of fresher tires, I don't know if Mikey Neal would be able to hang on to the lead for much longer, but we'll have to see how much of a defense he goes on whenever that 44 decides to get up to that back bumper.
Yeah, and Zack Nichols is on a tear right now. We've got 30 to go to the stage, so we know it's a lot easier to get up there and lead this time than it was for Zack. He had to go through like 10 cars before he got up there in the lead, just a couple to go before the stage. Now he's right there to Mikey Neal, so he's already under a second, 8/10, and it looks like those 6-lap fresher tires are going to do him a little bit of good here.
Back behind him, whoa, you see Michael Sturgill and his teammate Gabriel Ellison fighting on that inside and outside lane. You see the 07 there. Cedric Hunter currently sitting in that 3rd spot. Right now, the Lucky Duck boys are doing really good in position, but man, Zack Nichols just looks like he's starting to run away with this. He's almost up to that back bumper of that 25. You're going to see that 44 take to the inside. There goes Mikey Neal trying to block him.
Good exit from Mikey on the outside lane. Got a little bit loose on exit, but he's going to get it under him. Just having to wrangle that beast with 44. Good drive in here. He should clear him easily. And he does. New leader, Zack Nichols here, coming to lap 174. He will be your leader at lap 173. So 16 to go here for your stage. 17 technically to go here for your stage. And Zack Nichols is your leader. So, Chris, that Hot Wheels machine, that Toyota 44, we were talking about it under the side-by-side, what cars we were looking at. You were saying Zack looks very strong here. I was saying that Matt also could be a driver as well. We know Gabriel's been doing a good job. I think this here on these restarts, they've got 2 more tries at it with these stage breaks. They're going to have to learn here in these next 200 once they hit the stage. And I think they're really going to have to maintain their equipment if they want a shot at it. Zack has just looked very good with his equipment. He's been very great on strategy all night. It's just one of those nights here tonight where it's going to be a driver that has to get out there and take him what he's learned and give it every single thing he's got. He's going to have to absolutely drive it to the limit. Zack Nichols is just doing a good job, man, and it's going to be very hard to beat him tonight. It's just one of those things of who is going to now be able to adapt, who's going to be able to take what they've learned and throw it into their strategy. I mean, these guys are on a good strategy. Zack seems to have just a great handle of the track here tonight. We know he said Charlotte was one of those tracks he thoroughly enjoyed. It's Gabriel sitting in fourth. Let's see. We'll go through your championship four here where they're sitting. It's Zack, Gabriel, Matt, and then Brandon. So Zack is in first, and then Gabriel in fourth. Matt is in sixth, and then Brandon is in 12th. So right now, Zack Nichols is your championship leader, with air quotes around that. We know anything can happen here, so we'll see how he's going to manage here for the rest of this race, though. It's definitely going to be difficult. I know it's one of those races that already I would be wanting to tap out if I was a driver. 177 laps is, shoo, that's a lot. I remember when I first started racing on the platform, I did a 90 race open Xfinity race at Chicagoland, and I thought that was horrible. That was absolutely horrible to me. 90 laps was terrible. I remember when we used to do the ARCA races, and I remember like 30 laps, 40 laps I hated it. But now that's just normal. That's normal racing to me now. But as we're getting here at lap 178, we've got 22 to go to the stage this next time by, and we'll be seeing what drivers are going to manage here. It looks like Gabriel's starting to find a little bit of speed here. He might be going past his teammate, Cedric Hunter, here in just a moment.
As it looks like right now, a little bit of separation between Mikey Neal and Cedric Hunter. See, it's about 2.5 seconds off from that first and second position, but we're seeing Zack Nichols now starting to really pull off in front of Mikey Neal. Looks like that tire saving for that 44 machine is really starting to come into play now. You're seeing that gap starting to just slowly creep away. It's now 2.5 seconds over Mikey Neal. Zack Nichols has. So Cedric Hunter is looking in that third position, trying his best to hold on to that third position. His teammate Gabriel Ellison looking like he's going to try to get up around him. But look at that. Here comes the 54, Matt Kemp, on even fresher tires than everybody.
Yeah, Matt Kemp's worked his way through the field. We were just talking about him being back there behind Gabriel. Now he's driving his way back up through the field, so Matt's coming alive here towards the end of the stage. 20 to go this time by. We'll see if he can now go do what Zack did and go track him down. Possibly win himself this stage right here. It's going to be difficult for him, but I don't see why he couldn't do it, honestly. It's one of those things that realistically, I think Matt's just going to have to go out here and put his head down. You know, he said coming into tonight he wasn't really confident against Zack, but I think Matt's a great driver, man. Zack obviously is a very talented driver as well. I'm not taking anything from him. I think Matt's got talent, man. He just lets it hide behind his I'm not that great, mentality, and it'll come out one day. It's came out already. He's got a good bit of wins. He's racing for the championship here tonight. He has that motivation loss sometimes when he's behind Zack, but I think if he just keeps his head down here tonight, he is going to be a very, very hard contender for this win because he's looked great here tonight at Charlotte all night. Pole position sitter, ran in the lead for the majority of the start of the race, and now he's tracking down Mikey Neal Jr. here. He hasn't caught Zack yet in time. It seems like that gap is still hovering at 4 5/10. I'll tell you if that gap starts to shrink a lot, but it seems like around that area is where it's holding on to right now. But it seems like Matt is slowly making up some time here. But they've got very equal tires. I don't see him possibly getting up there and running with Zack. He might get close to him, but I think he's definitely going to get Mikey Neal here. I just don't know if he's got the time and if he's got the tire to go down there and chase Zack.
Yeah, as I'm getting word, Josh, that Zack Nichols' dad said that he ran an 8.5-hour stint in the 24 hours of Daytona. Now, I did 8.5 hours in the 24 hours of Daytona, but that was split up over 3 or 4 stints. I don't know how I could do. I just 8.5 hours sitting in a rig. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it at all. Maybe in a real race car, but not in a rig.
Heck no. I'd much rather do it in the rig in the real race car. 8 hours, that's long, man. That's
I'm
like
saying
a whole,
at least
that's a whole work day right there.
At least in the rig, I know I can get up and, you know, if I want to just be done. In a real race car, I can't just pull over and get out.
You can.
You can, but you know
Your just reputation's going to go down, but hey, it's possible. I mean, a lot of people do it, actually.
As we're starting to see Matt Kemp slowly pull up to the back bumper of Mikey Neal now. Was about 4 seconds out from Zack Nichols. He's now 3.7 seconds to Zack Nichols. Matt Kemp now has that 25 machine underneath his nose, so it looks like he's going to be trying to make a pass here in just 1 second. We'll go back here and check with that 77 of Gabriel Ellison right now, currently on the back bumper of that 07 of Cedric Hunter. But like we were saying, a lot of strategies right now. We're about to hit that 200 mark, so we're about to hit halfway. And oh man, it already feels like this has been 2 races in one because, oh well, technically it has, at least for us. Whew. It's been a long race so far, and we've still got a whole another 200 laps to go. This is gonna be awesome to see what happens here between these drivers and see if Zack Nichols can hang on to that little bit of a lead that he has right now over everybody. It looks like Matt Kemp did get around Mikey Neal as soon as I went to that camera change. So now the only person that's in front of Matt Kemp is Zack Nichols. So we'll see if Matt Kemp can track him down with that 5 freshers lap set of tires. Brian Terry looks like he went off track.
We see Brian Terry roll. It might have just had an incident where he got loose, hit the apron or something. Or it could have been coming through the tri-oval, you know, hitting the grass. Oh no, he went through the actual tri-oval. Hey, nice jump from Brian. Way to keep it back on. As I got Earnhardt there when Bill Elliott ran him down in the grass. Except there was nobody to run him down in the grass. Brian Terry was just wanting to go for a sweet jump down there. It's like when Napoleon Dynamite looked at Pedro's bike. It's like, you ever take it off any sweet jumps? Brian Terry sure does.
Brian Terry probably just I've always done something like that where you'll look down at something and you'll go, oh,
Dude.
like, what's my oil change, or what's my oil temp at, or something. What's my oil temp at, or something like that. And the next thing you know, you're just slowly listing to the left.
Dude, Texas, Atlanta, and this track, I go to the tri-oval so much.
Yeah, I love me some Charlotte, but man, it is a hard track to basically sit and drive. It is definitely, it's a hard track to sit and maintain. And right now we're seeing the sun's going down. It's just going to get even better because that means the lights are going to come on soon, and then we're going to be doing some night racing here at Charlotte. Track's going to get really cool. The tires are going to be a lot better off. We're going to have some awesome racing.
We could have some different drivers come to life too.
Yep.
I mean, they are fixed setups. It's not like we're running open setups. We're not going to have cars set up for night, but some drivers are just set up better to drive in these night conditions. They get in those cool conditions. They know different grip limits or different, you know, different flows, different lines. It's going to be fun. And on top of that, it's just going to look absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, at night, of course, Charlotte at night always looks beautiful. Right now, it's at lap 191. We've got 10 laps to the stage break. Looks like Zack Nichols has pretty much sealed in it, but as I'm saying that, Matt Kemp is slowly reeling in that Zack Nichols machine. He's now got it down to 3 3.75 tenths, excuse me, over Zack Nichols. So we'll see if Matt Kemp can reel him in a little bit further. See Mikey Neal losing a little bit of time to that 54 machine, and then back behind him is Cedric Hunter, which you see is also pulling his teammate and fellow championship driver of that 77 Gabriel Ellison right behind him. So you're going to see if that 77 has anything to say here for this last part, but it looks like Matt Kemp, like I was saying, slowly reeling in that 44 machine. Riding on board here with that 54. You see he's pretty much getting all the way down there to that bottom lane. trying to dominate as much as he can.
And Chris, knowing how wide open you are at Charlotte, it's funny to listen to how off the throttle they are. That just shows you how worn out these tires are. I mean, I've never been on this extended run here at Charlotte, so I probably wouldn't know. That's the thing. I've only ever raced here in shorter races, so it's cool to see from this perspective how much these guys are really having to just roll the corner now.
Right on board here with Zack Nichols. Just hear the difference between how he's driving and his teammate. It's pretty much the same through the corner. Gets off the gas just as much. Rolls it all the way down there to the bottom, and then it's just pretty much flat out through the entire tri-oval. Getting out of it right here into corner entry. Gonna let out. Get all the way down there to that blue line, then slowly start rolling back into it, and then flat out again. Charlotte is definitely one of those beasts that once you can figure out how to tame it, she's definitely a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, like Darlington. Not as difficult as Darlington, but people love Charlotte, people hate Charlotte, but I think a lot of people love Charlotte, man. It's a fun track to race at. As we're here 5 laps to go to the stage, Matt Kemp trying to track down Zack Nichols. Doesn't look like I said, it might not happen. Shouldn't happen, but he is slowly catching him. 3 and now 2/10.
To each lap, it looks like he's putting about 2/10 up on Zack Nichols. Bless you, Josh. Did not get the mic muted in time.
I'm sorry. I was holding my mouse in my hand, and I have it on push to talk, and I accidentally squeezed my mouse when I sneezed. I do apologize to the viewers. I squeezed my hand when I sneezed, man, and yeah, it made me hot, Mike. I apologize.
As we're seeing, Zack Nichols pretty much still keeping that same amount of distance between his teammate, but like you were saying, Josh, Matt Kemp now put about a 1/10 of a second on his teammate in that one lap, but that will not be enough for him to get up here and duke it out for that stage break. So it looks like Zack Nichols, barring anything happen to that car, have a blowout or anything like that, then he should be able to walk away with that Blanchard's Towing Stage 2 win.
Yeah, it looks like he will, Chris. Zack Nichols is doing an excellent job, and like we said, about a 1/10 a lap from Zach, or Matt. It's not really looking like, he's got any detrimental, losses in that 44 that's going to make the 54 come up here and just really pull on him. But it looks like he is pulling up behind Brian Terry. He's going to put him another lap down, and he is going to grab, not the white flag, at the 2 to go, for the stage. Pit road should close this time. If not this time, next time, I'm not sure. Can't remember if it's the lap before or the lap of. I think it's coming too. I don't remember. Oh well, we'll figure it out here. Doesn't matter. As Matt Kemp, second place here. Looks like he did lose another 1/10. So back up to 3 and... Oh no, he lost 2 tenths. 3 and 3/10. Oh no, he's lost so much time there. As I always call that the CPU cooler right there on the dash. You ever seen a computer that looks like a CPU cooler? Really, it's just a fan for the battery. But the 54 going to come across, and now they're going to grab the white flag for the stage. Pit roads are closed now, so I got my answer. As the 44, oh goodness!
Yes, I'm not seeing Mo Abbott. I'm thinking the 44 might have saw him, but I have not seen Mo Abbott the entire time except for that one moment. He's still up there. The 44, Zack Nichols, going to be your Blanchard's Towing Stage 2 winner. Man, Mo Abbott blinking a lot up there in front of that 44.
That was like when Kimmy stayed flat through Spa. Kimmy stayed flat through the smoke at Spa through Radeon.
I don't know anything about F1.
Yeah, there was a car that blew up down the straightaway. He comes flying out of Eau Rouge Radeon, just stays flat. And it's like Zach was just staying flat right there, man. You know how sketchy that had to be for him? He didn't know where he was going to pop back up at.
It looks like it's calmed down there for a moment. You see Mo Abbott going to go ahead and get his lap back. let that 44 get down pit lane, and then we'll grab him up for a stage interview.
Both of these no chance guys are going to have to execute on pit road here.
Let's see who makes it out of pit lane first. It's like the 44 Zack Nichols might have won it out of pit lane. It looks like Zack Nichols did get it. Whew! Zack Nichols wins the race off pit lane. We'll have a word with him to hear what Zack Nichols has to say about this race so far.
Zack Nichols, Chris, and Josh up in the booth. You got a copy, buddy?
Yep.
All right, man. Well, we see 2 stages here in a row. You have come out to dominate. Man, your visor actually is clear. I can see your face for the first time ever through that visor. But, hey, man, you're looking very strong out there. The car's looking good here. It seems like you guys have gotten a good pace. We know the sun's going to drop here. How are you expecting it to change up the track, and what's going to be the plan here to attack this race?
Yeah, the lights just turned on, so the sun is going down. The car is a little tight, so hopefully that with the track cooling off with it going at night, it won't be more tight. But yeah, you just gotta really save the right front on the car so it can go fast in the long run. But we've been doing good so far. Matt's been looking really good, so gotta watch out for him. But yeah, everything's going good so far. I don't want to jinx nothing.
Hey, man, we're looking at you guys up here in the booth. You guys have all looked very solid out on the racetrack tonight. It's been a fun race from our perspective. We know it's really still not into that full race aspect. We know we still got to probably get 100 before we really crank up the intensity, but you guys are going to get set up for this restart here. And again, congratulations on the Blanchardstown stage break, buddy. We'll get you back down to your team and let you get to go night race here. I know it's going to be fun to race under those lights at Charlotte. It always looks good.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, man. And that was Zack Nichols. Looks like he's got that same play, Chris, coming down pit road to take fuel.
I'm wondering if this is like a play from Zack Nichols. Like, he doesn't want to be up in the front the whole time, so he just kind of sits back, goes down pit lane, lets them get some fuel and everything, and then goes back to the back and just races through everybody. Maybe that's just maybe it's something he wants to do.
Well, the way this race has been going, it was Matt Kemp, Mikey Nils start. Then it flip-flopped to 2 other people to the last restart to the front. Now it's back to Matt Kemp up to the front. So next stage, are they going to flip-flop back to the back of the field on the restart? Have to work their way up through the last 100? I'm excited to see how this is all going to play out, man. They're going to have to get themselves set up here. We're coming into these last handful of laps here. I say handful, like we don't got 195 left coming up to this restart. Speaking of this restart, while we've got the moment of the cars packed back up here, we're going to take an opportunity to go to our second L&S Customs loud pedal. So once these guys get ready to go green, you see that pace car dip off the track, get those volumes cranked up, get those full screens going, and enjoy these sights and sounds here for the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway as me and Chris step away and you guys enjoy this L&S Customs loud pedal.
we welcome you back from that LNS Customs loud pedal as we saw a couple of lead changes happen just then. You see Matt Grenier riding that top lane, trying to get around Mikey Neal. This is not what Mikey Neal needs right now. He doesn't need somebody up there trying to battle him for position. If anything, just needs to let that 15 go if he does get around him, so that way he's not having to battle his equipment. But you're seeing that 88. Adam Lancaster, a driver that we haven't really got to talk about all season, starting to move his way up into the picture. His teammate, Mikey Neal, is in front of that 15. So if he can get around Matt Grenier, he can really set up for the block and help that 25 get away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, Chris, he's looking strong as well right now. I mean, 15 to Matt Grenier was one of those drivers I was talking about, earlier race that next season I could see him being very consistent. Well, he's showing it here tonight. He's showing that he's got the speed. P2 for the Team 207, number 15 of Matt Grenier.
Right now, it looks like that 15 still hanging on to that second spot. Mikey Neal looks like he's starting to gap and put a little bit of a gap between him and Matt Grenier now. At 88, Lancaster going to be slowing that 15 down just a little bit, but we're also watching behind them right now. You got Michael Sturgill and Gabriel Ellison looking to pounce on any kind of mistake they see happen in front of them. Go back, Zack Nichols still riding in the back of the field right now. Currently sitting in that 10th spot. I know he can pretty much bounce whenever he wants to up to that front. But right now you see him riding in that 10th spot. Matt Kemp has fallen back to that 7th spot from that 2nd position. And we see right now that 25 of Mikey Neal, he is trying his best to get the move on, to get away from this 15, but it looks like that 15 of Matt Grenier riding that middle lane is able to keep up that momentum just a little bit more, but a battle for that 3rd position right behind him. Michael Sturgill into the wall just a little bit.
Yeah, Sturgill in the wall. That's going to get Adam Lancaster. Whoa, we had a big shuffle there for a second. As the 12 of Frankie Barroso behind the 77 of Gabriel Ellison. Gabriel does not like to see that in front of him. As well, he's going to peek to the inside now. The 88 of Lancaster. Here comes the pass from the 77. Whoa, big run up to the door of the 88. They're going to keep it clean. And he's going to make that pass stick. Moment there for the 77. My heart stopped.
Yeah, the 77 and 88 almost collected each other going into turn 4. Or coming out of turn 4 into the tri-oval. That could have been really bad. But look at this. The 54 behind him of Matt Kemp slowly starting to move his way back up there. Thought he was going to make a pass on the inside of that 07, but decided against it. Went ahead and tucked back in there. Looks like Zack Nichols and Matt Kemp now pretty much riding in that 9th and 10th spot. Wonder when that move is going to happen here. It is a little early here at lap 227 for anybody to really be making any moves. I would expect it to be lap 327 when you start seeing all the crazy moves.
For real, these guys are some of them get impatient here, Chris. 227 laps and sitting behind somebody, that can really get to some of these drivers and really make them want to do abrasive moves and just get past everybody. As you see Zack Nichols diving into the inside there, the 88 of Adam Lancaster. Ever since he got in that little bit of a move or race with that 77 of Gabriel Ellison, seems like he's lost some momentum. He's now going to fall back to that 9th position. It's unfortunate for Adam Lancaster. Something going on in that race car. As you see the 44 and the 54 right there, nose to tail in that 7th and 8th spot. As Gabriel Ellison sits up in that 4th position. Brandon Holder hasn't had the best night. He is now currently only a lap down. He was 2 laps down at one point. Now a lap down in that 31 machine. Excuse me. I don't know what I was trying to say right there. The 12th position. So good job there from Brandon Holder to try to recover, man. And hopefully here in this next stage, he'll be back in it.
Yeah, going back behind him. Too wide back there for Cedric Hunter. Looks like, Frankie Barroso on that inside. Whoa, look up in front of him. Oh, we got contact. 70 of Michael Sturgill is going to check everybody up.
44, come on, everybody get around it. 54 still in it. Brandon Holder staying in it. Man, what a freaking, oh my goodness. Matt Kemp stayed in it, dude. Matt Kemp did not lift. That got him all the way up to 4th place. What the heck? That was crazy.
Zack Nichols having to check up a lot.
Yeah, Zach got the worst end of it right there, all the way back to 10th.
And Mikey Neal, knowing that he's just saw that happen behind him, it looked like the 15 and the 70 just did not want to give up the same real estate that they had in front of them. So even though that didn't bring out a caution, that's still going to hurt those guys just a little bit. But right now, Gabriel Ellison is currently in the lead with his driver that he is also battling right behind him. So right now, this is what we're talking about. That really hurt Zack Nichols to fall all the way back there. Michael Sturgill falling all the way back as well. So right now, Gabriel Ellison, Matt Kemp, and Zack Nichols are really looking, trying to do something, because we do have Brandon Holder, who is also a lap down right now. So he should be able to get it back before the stage break, or after the stage break. He will be able to get that lap back. That's going to hurt him. He's going to have to try to make up as much time as he can. It looks like the 77 to Gabriel Ellison was able to make it around the 15. So it does look like he's going to make it around him, going to go ahead and promote himself into that second place position. Let's see if that 77 has enough tire left in that car to trek up there and grab that lead from it. It looks like Zack Nichols, though, even though he's falling back, even though he is falling back just a little bit, looks like he's already gotten himself moved up into that 8th position. So maybe those little bit of fresher tires, he's going to be able to really start digging here, make up that time that he just messed up.
Yeah, he had to get on it a lot, so it's going to have to be a recovery mission now from Zack Nichols. It's going to be one of those things that he's just going to have to recover. I mean, he almost just had the race car taken from him, and something that was really not even his fault, you know, so unfortunate for Zack. He's going to be able to recover here, I'm sure. He's got a whole nother stage break here in the next 65, so
yeah, if this was lap 334 and that happened, then it would probably be a little bit of a heartbreaker. But he's still got a stage break where he can get called up. If we're looking right now, it looks like the 77 of Gabriel Ellison starting to track down that 25 of Mikey Neal. So it looks like we could have a lead change here in just 1 second. But that 15 of Matt Grenier, after that contact with the 70 of Michael Sturgill, looks like he's got his car, it's got his composure and everything back underneath him. He is still digging here in 3rd place. He's got that 54 of Matt Kemp right behind him. But this is what we were talking about. Matt Kemp having to make a move on the inside. He's got to make up as much room as he can, because his teammate Zack Nichols, he knows that Zack Nichols is probably a little faster than he is on the long run. So he's having to make up as much time as he can here in this early time, so that way he can kind of stagnate it.
Yeah, he wants to try to get as much real estate as he can built up between him. I mean, he says it all the time that he knows Zach is a great driver, and he said, Chris, he just respects that, and he's going to try to get as much ground built on him so he knows he can be as comfortable as he wants to be towards the end of this race. I mean, Matt is doing a great job. He stayed in it. He took the risk. We talked about the bravery earlier. He shows bravery there again, and it pays off for him all the way up to P4.
Yeah, it looks like Matt Grenier coming
P3,
under attack.
excuse me, P3.
Matt Grenier coming under attack from that 07. Roasted Jim's Coffee number 07 now on the inside of that 15 of Matt Grenier. Let's see if he can make that stick. Whoa, he's tightening up a little bit. Gonna see the 88. Adam Lancaster try to cut that corner, make it a little shorter. Man, this is where it's always scary when you see these boys going 2 by 2 into the tri-ovals. That's always a scary position. I always hate, having 2 wide racing through the tri-ovals. Oh, it always freaked me out.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. The tri-oval is the scariest place to get it done. I've had to pass a lot of cars through there, and I don't like passing a lot of cars through there. And I just don't want to. Don't want to have to do it, but you have to do it sometimes, and you're seeing it tonight. Passing cars when you don't want to is having to be done. I mean, these guys are absolutely on the limits here, and it's fun, man. It's been fun to watch these guys get on it, man. It is one of those things that, oh goodness, I can't believe that we actually made it through that wreck right there without any casualties, and we're still rolling here. These guys, that just is a testament to the talent in the Cup Series, man. These guys are always on their limits 24/7.
Yeah, you saw that, and and that in an official race, that would have been a race over for
Oh,
about
that would have been the whole field right there,
yeah,
wrecked
7
behind
to
him.
10 people just wrecked out right there. Man, it
But
just
Matt
goes to
Kemp
show
was
you.
the only guy that didn't lift, man. He knew what he had to do, but you can't fault the guy for taking the risk, man. He's a championship contender. His teammates now all the way back at 8th because of it. I mean, he's only a second and 3/10 back, but right now Matt Kemp's able to make the best of it. Only at lap 240 of 400. Still got a good chunk of change left, but it's getting down to that closing point, Chris. In 60 laps, we're going to be in the last 100. This will be where the shootout's starting to happen here in the next 60.
Yeah, this
I'm ready, man.
yeah, this has definitely been a long race. Kind of sounding like a bunch of bumbling buffoons up here, not really knowing what to talk about. But hey, these boys do give us a lot to talk about. As you're talking about it right now, that 25 of Mikey Neal is starting to get really caught by that 77 of Gabriel Ellison, but right behind him is that 54 Matt Kemp, who is pretty much in stride with that 77. It looks like maybe the 54 going to make a move on that 77 here before too long. I give it 2 or 3 laps before either that 54 passes the 77 or the 77 gets up to the 25, and they both go around him. It's going to be one of these things to watch here in just 1 second. Don't know how the 77 is going to be able to pull off that pass from the 25. The 25 has just been really dominant when he's been up there in the lead.
Yeah, he has, Chris. Yeah, he's been a great racer all season, especially when he's in the lead. And tonight, no different. He's done a good job here to get himself up into that first place position. All the struggles that Mikey Neal's had this season, especially on those road courses, it's good to see him get out here and possibly pick up a race win here tonight. We know it's going to be difficult. We got a whole nother stage. We still got a good bit of racing to go, but right now, through all the stages, he's shown a very good race car.
Yeah, I will say I know these drivers that, just sitting in this chair, my back is killing me right now. I can only imagine how it is sitting in that rig with your arms out, in that 75-degree angle where you're just having to, like every now and then you just have to stretch that arm out and kind of pop your elbow back into place where it feels like it's gotten so settled in. I could not imagine that 400 laps at this track. I could barely do 100 at it whenever we would do league races, but man, right now, like we were saying before this race, Josh, it's really going to come down to a battle of who pretty much, can sit in the rig the longest and who can keep focused the longest. Everybody thinks, they hear the word, hear us saying, they got to stay focused, but you take your mind off of the track for 1 second, you miss your lift zone, you miss your, your turn-in zone, and the next thing you know, you could
disaster.
You could be like the 15 and the 70, the 70, the 70, where you end up contacting each other. That couldn't, that probably wasn't anything nefarious. We know that Matt Grenier, he's a very damn good talented driver, and he's not going to do that to anybody. Probably just one of those things where just both trying to go for that same real estate and, made a little bit of contact, but the 70 of Michael Sturgill was able to keep it collected underneath him. He has fallen back to that 11th position, but like we were saying, he does have another stage break in front of him, and he should be able to make it back up there to the front. But as we're talking about it, now Matt Kemp onto the inside of Gabriel Ellison. Let's see if he makes a pass. I know the 07 gonna dip down there at least for this time being, but he's probably gonna, you see him shift back up, try to push that 77 through the corner. It just goes to show you how much of an arrow push you get on that outside line. Even if you see the 07 leaning on the 25. He's loose up into the wall. Oh my goodness, that was almost bad.
Yeah, these guys are getting on the limit, Chris, now, aren't they? This is Matt Kemp really trying to go up there and get in the lead of this race. He wants
yeah,
to
but look
go
who's
dominate.
now behind him.
Zack Nichols, yeah.
So now the 77 being helped by the 07. Now the 54 has the 44 to help him. So I don't know if this is going to spell good for the boys up in front, because now the 44, even though he had that really big brake checkup, he had to, does it look like he's pinched up in there and might have hit the wall just for a second. You're going to see the 44 on the inside of his teammate. He's going to let him slide back up in front of him. But the 54 pushing all over the back bumper of that 07. Slide job down to the inside. 54 a little loose. He's going to have to get out of the gas. He's going to be all over the back bumper of the 77 of Gabriel Ellison. But he's still pushing on that inside lane. Now they're door to door. It's a drag race down the backstretch. The 04 gonna get, 07 gonna go
Look
with
at the run from Matt Kemp.
Man, everything going on just so fast. The 07 tucking up to the back bumper, trying to push his teammate, and then you saw the 44 dive down to the inside and help push his teammate up to the beginning. Now the 44 leaning on the 77's quarter panel, trying to slow him down so the 54 can get up ahead of him just a little bit.
Yeah, the 54 are going to go ahead and slide out into the lead from the help of his teammate. Now it's 2 no chance, 2 lucky ducks. 3 of them are all championship contenders right there in that second, third, and fourth spot. This is insane. Mikey Neal Jr. obviously out in the lead, but these guys right here are fighting for the championship in that second, third, and fourth spot. This is awesome, man. Looks like Adam Lancaster down pit road, Chris. Our green flag stops for the third stage now happening.
Yeah, we know Brian Terry is the gentleman's racer. You know he's going to get out of the way. But, man, sometimes that can be just sketchy when you're going this fast around a track. But as we were talking about it, Josh, look at this now. The 07 of Cedric Hunter and Gabriel Ellison now battling out. It looks like the 07 going to go ahead and get around the 77. So they're going to swap positions here. But Zack Nichols and that 54 Matt Kemp now up in that second and third spot. And they're the only drivers right now that are tracking down Mikey Neal. Mikey Neal, he did like what he saw behind him, and now he doesn't like what he sees behind him at all.
Yeah, for real, man. He went from leading the race with not anybody really messing with him. Now he's got the 2 no chance guys. Gabriel Ellison came down pit road, so he is going to fall back to the back of the pack as he's got Matt Kemp and now Zack Nichols. Look at that mirror, Chris. That thing is full.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can look up in that mirror and see there is a blue car in it. He can see it, but as soon as it goes down here in the corner, that's when you can see. Yep, there's that blue car and that black car. You know, okay, that's 2 teammates. I'm in trouble now. So you know that's going to be going through that 25's mind right now. You know, not to take anything away from that 25. I know Mikey Neal is one hell of a driver, but when you've got those 2 drivers peeking up behind you, it doesn't matter who you are. You definitely start getting a little sweaty. If you ever remember the what was it, the Key and Peele skit where was it Key? He was sitting there talking, or maybe it was Peele. I can't remember. He was sitting there talking to his girlfriend, and she was talking about something, and he started sweating, and like the sweat was coming out of his skin. Yeah, that's what's going on with the 25 right now. He sees that 54. And that 44 starting to pull up really close in that rear view, and now it's starting to become a oh crap moment.
I mean, this seems like what happened last time. He was fast, and then he just seemed to fall off towards the middle of the run. Seems like he's just losing speed there, and let's check his lap times here this time, Bob.
Mikey
saw
nailed
Matt Kemp key up, but I didn't hear him say anything. He might be coming down. Yeah, he's slowing up. Matt Kemp down pit road.
Matt Kemp down pit lane. So Mikey Neal definitely liking that happened behind him. He knows that now he can come down pit lane the next lap. But now Zack Nichols, who came down pit lane a couple of laps after everybody, did take a little bit of splash and go, has a little bit more fuel. Wonder when he'll come down pit lane. And then right behind him is that 07 of Cedric Hunter. And Josh, I've got to say, man, you know, not to try to talk up anybody's ego or anything, but John Bradley, brother, you can pick some race car drivers, man.
Great job on that team, dude. The Lucky Duck guys have looked strong
all
season, and tonight they look no different for sure.
Yes, like I said, not trying to take anything away from anybody, but man, the Lucky Duck guys. Whoa! Okay. I thought I saw a car sideways going, and it was just Matt Kemp coming out of pit lane. I thought I saw a car getting sideways down underneath on the apron. Whoa. I got scared there for a second. I was like, oh no, somebody's wrecking. But if you're over on that YouTube page, on that Facebook page, we want to say that we really appreciate everybody coming and checking out tonight's race. here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. I want to say there is at least 20 people watching together right now on both platforms, and do want to say we do appreciate everybody who comes out and sits with us on these long races. The 25 of Mikey Neal coming down pit lane. Cedric Hunter also coming down pit lane. See a little bit of a lock up there from the 25, but he should have been okay. 31 coming also down pit lane. Gonna go ahead and try to get him some service. As long as he can stay in front of the lap cars, he will get his lap back. It looks like right now, Zack Nichols is going to be your leader. Matt Grenier, Mo Abbott, currently sitting in that second and third place. You see the 77 there, a really big run. The 44 should be coming down pit lane now. He is.
.44 of Zack Nichols down pit road. Doug Newbigging in as well behind him. Looks like Brandon Holder made his way out of pit road now. As 12 of Frankie Barroso are going to surrender third place and come down pit road this time. So we're starting to see those pit cycles come into play here again, Chris. And this is where it gets fun all the time, these pit cycles. It starts to mix things up, and it seems like we've had a couple drivers being able to make better strategies in other these pit cycles here tonight. But I wonder how this one's going to go. People have learned. And these next two pit stops on the green flag conditions are going to be really, really crucial. This one and then the next one, next stage, man, it's going to be a tough race from here on out. And this is where, not that the race is really starting to begin here at 260, but that's that last stage at 300. It's going to crank up, man. It is going to be absolutely a barn burner in the last 100.
Yeah, that's where you're going to start seeing the real race start to happen. That pit cycle is going to be the make or break. You're going to have a good pit cycle next run. So, really, it comes down to right now, you've got your pit cycles worked out. Pretty much you're just trying to be in a good position for coming down pit lane. When you come down pit lane on that stage break, that's what's going to really decide, where you're at whenever you set up, on your restart. And then whenever you get going into the race, to the final pit stop, which should be around lap 360, 365. That's when you should see the last pit cycle for all these boys coming down pit lane. That's when you're going to see the real race. And wherever anybody is in position on those pit cycles, that's going to be your make or break.
Yeah, this last stage is going to be absolutely hectic, man. These guys are really starting to get the strategies. No Abbott down pit road. Gabriel Ellison here is should be taking third place, but as we've got a moment here, as everybody is separated out, two drivers left to come down pit road, Grenier and Sturgill. We're going to take a moment to get a word from our sponsors and throw it to an LNS Custom Side by Side. We'll be right back with you here.
the ButtKicker Gamer 2, what you see and what you hear is what you feel. ButtKicker. The future is feeling.
And we welcome you back from that LNS Custom side-by-side lap 268 here, as we still have Michael Sturgill now coming down pit road. I was about to say he was going to be the only one out. He does make his way down pit road. As right now, it's looking like Matt Kemp, Gabriel Ellison going to be going to battle here. 3-lap older tires on Ellison's machine, so he's going to get into a battle here with that Kemp machine, but it looks like Matt Kemp is going to go ahead and take the lead here at lap 269.
Yeah,
32 laps to the stage.
And then right behind him, you see Zack Nichols about a 2 6/10 back from your leader, Matt Kemp. So right now, Gabriel Ellison going to have to go on his best defense mode. He's going to have to pretty much be the, what was that, the 96 Bulls? They said that was one of the best defensive basketball team ever. Pretty much going to have to pull out that defense book and have to really crank down on it, because right now Gabriel Ellison has Zack Nichols starting to creep back up into the picture, and then Matt Kemp, who is also battling for that that championship position, has Gabriel and Zack both breathing down that neck. Brandon Holder's still currently a lap down, but once we hit this stage break, he should get it back. But man, look at that, Matt Kemp cutting down inside the 70s draft there. Man, that was a big cut there for the 54.
Yeah, the 54 on a mission right now, Chris. He wants to pick up the stage, set himself up in a good spot to go out on the lead in the final stage. He knows he's got to be out front early, and he's got to get going. Matt Kemp wants to pick up his championship here tonight, but Zack Nichols and that 77 on his inside, and they want to do that same thing. Brandon Holder still scored a lap down, but it looks like they are starting to catch that 31 machine right up in front of him. Is that him? No, he's behind him, excuse me. So he's getting close to actually putting himself back on the lap. Big lap. We're closer.
Right now we're seeing the 77 of Gabriel Ellison going the wrong way as far as the positions that he needs to go. He's moved back to that 4th spot. Then you see his teammate Cedric Hunter on the inside. So you see it looks like Cedric Hunter going to make that pass for that 4th position. Then right behind him is Adam Lancaster, who is about 4 seconds back. Is that, if that's correct? If I'm reading that right, it says he's 4 seconds back from Gabriel Ellison. So right now it's just the top 5 right now who are battling it out. But there goes Zack Nichols to the inside of Matt Kemp.
Zack Nichols will be your leader here at the end of lap 273, coming to the lap 274. 17 to go for the stage. Zack Nichols, the 44 Toyota Camry Hot Wheels machine, gonna promote himself out to the lead here. And man, he's won stage 2. He won stage... Yeah, stage 3. Wait, what stage are we on?
We're on stage 2. We're in the 3rd stage right now. So
okay,
we've had 2 stage breaks.
He's looking to pick up the end of stage 3. Goodness, I was having a little bit of a mind
Also sounds like he choked on his spit there for a second, because I hear him in there coughing now. So Josh in there dying right now in his bedroom. But Matt Kemp right now is looking like he's starting to fall off of Zack Nichols just a little bit. Mikey Neal, though, is starting to peek his head back up into the picture. Like we were saying, not battling for a championship. But, man, right now he's just trying to battle for any of those points that he can. He's trying to get himself into that 5th position. Because like we said, you can still win money up to that 5th position. So right now I'm pulling the points up just to make sure who is currently sitting in that 5th spot, which is Mikey Neal, and then Doug Newbigging right behind him. So it will be a battle between Mikey Neal and Doug Newbigging for that points position. But right now, Mikey Neal currently still sitting in that points bracket. So Gonna have to check and see. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and get something pulled up here real quick, so that way we can just make sure I don't want to be telling the wrong numbers and prices and stuff that will be going out. Currently right now, currently right now, you see that 54 starting to lose a little bit of time there. Starting to lose a little bit of time there to his teammate of Zack Nichols, who's now currently about 7/10 out into that lead. You see Mikey Nildo starting to tuck up to the back bumper of that 54. If anybody's going to have anything to say about this race win, it's going to be either that 25 or that 07. You know, if Matt Kemp can't get up there and race with that leader, then I say that one of these two boys back here behind him is going to have something to say, unless Gabriel Ellison is just kind of going on a little bit of a Sunday cruise right now, not wanting to show any weaknesses. I do know drivers will be like that. They will purposely throw their race for an entire, 3/4 of it, and then the next thing you know, 75 laps into the race is left, and then they're up in the front battling you, harder than you've ever been battled before. So that could be a play there from that 77 as well. We do know, like I was saying earlier, the Lucky Duck boys, they definitely have some really talented race car drivers underneath their name. So that's something that I'm looking forward to next season. If these Lucky Duck boys come back to the Bluegrass series, I'm really looking forward to seeing how much they improve next year.
And the term you're looking for, Chris, is sandbagging.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, sandbag that race. You don't want to give away any of your secrets, any of your strengths. So you just kind of sandbag the race, hang out, and then when it matters, you go. It's here at lap 281. 20 to go here for the stage. Zack Nichols out in the lead, but Matt Kemp not far behind him here. Is Matt Kemp rolling in about 3/10 behind that Zack Nichols machine, but he's got Mikey Neal and that 07 of Cedric Hunter in tow behind him. They're starting to pick up a little bit of momentum. It looks like they might be starting to catch that 44 Zack Nichols, actually. As you see Cedric Hunter on that bottom lane. See how smooth he is on the steering wheel. Not a lot of bobbling around, not a lot of, shaking around on that wheel. Just very solid on the wheel. Hold it in the corner. Find where you need to turn it in at and hold it there. That's how you got to save these tires on these oval cars. You don't want those guys going in there wheeling it in like they're driving a 1980s stock car. That's what's going to eat that equipment up. You got to be very precise, very smooth, and crisp on your your motions in those race cars, and that can help save those tires in the long run. As it looks like I said that, though, Matt Kemp starting to lose a little bit of ground now to Zack Nichols. It seems like he's starting to pull out, but he's also starting to leave Mikey Neal and that 07 behind him a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like maybe the 25 hit a bad line there. The 07 trying to pick which line he wanted to go around him, but it looked like that 25 just blocking off what little bit of momentum that he could. See Gabriel Ellison starting to fall off a little bit from that 07 as well. Now he's back about 4.5 seconds now, and then the closest driver to Mikey Neal right now is that Adam Lancaster machine. Mikey Neal. Gabriel Ellison is Adam Lancaster. Oh my goodness, I got my words all mixed up. Closest person to Gabriel Ellison is Adam Lancaster, who is about 5 seconds back from him. So right now, it is just your top four that is pretty much racing together. You got Zack Nichols, who is about 4/10 out from Matt Kemp. So Matt Kemp is keeping Zack Nichols in that half-second range, so he's not letting him get away. But this 25 and the 07, we see the 25 doing a little bit of a bobble move back there. He's not really staying in line a little bit. You see him wash it up just a little bit. That's slowing down the 07. So that's also pulling the 54 back just a little bit. Think of it as kind of like a parachute in a way. It looks like the 07 looks like he thought about trying to make a move to the inside, but Mikey Neal going to cut off that momentum.
Well, I just got word, Chris. I know this really has nothing to do with the race at the moment, but F1 just announced that next season they will be racing on the streets of Las Vegas. iRacing track, question mark?
That's going to be an interesting question indeed, Josh. I know that has nothing to do with this now, but hey, if they keep scanning in all these tracks for F1, we could pretty much have an F1 game inside of iRacing before too long.
Yes, Jason. F1 is announcing right now that they're doing an F1 Las Vegas GP. I was just tagged in it by multiple friends. It's actually live on their YouTube. But don't go there. Watch this.
As I am seeing a little bit of internet issue here, so just letting everybody know I am adjusting a couple of things. So if you do see it skipping around just for a second, just letting everybody know. But right now at lap 287, we are still plugging away. Matt Kemp is starting to reel Zack Nichols in, Josh. So I'm wondering if Zack Nichols is eating up this equipment. There goes Cedric Hunter again to the inside. He's gotten tired of waiting behind Mikey Neal. That could have been really bad. Whew. So now that 07 getting around that 25, wonder if he's going to be able to go up here and put some pressure on that back end of that 54 Matt Kemp. Maybe get him up there to the back bumper of his teammate so that way they can get up there and try to maybe get that 54 stage win here as well. Riding back here with Gabriel Ellison. He's now about 6 seconds off of Mikey Neal. Adam Lancaster about 5 seconds off of him. Now we are about 12 laps to the last stage break. So this is where everything is going to start getting interesting. This is where we're going to see if Matt Kemp has anything left in that fuel tank for for Zack Nichols, or if Zack Nichols is going to be able to just hang on and sweep all 3 stage breaks. Then that's going to be where, where it's going to really come down to if anybody has any more patience to wait any longer, if we're going to start putting bumpers to bumpers.
It's coming here to 10 to go. This next time by, it will still be Zack Nichols, Matt Kemp, Cedric Hunter, but Matt Kemp, Chris, doing a good job to hang on to Zack Nichols here. This is showing good for the later race that he's able to go up here and race with his teammate. We could possibly see these two guys get into some action here in these next 10 laps, man. This is coming to the stage break here. Like he said, final stage break of the night.
Yeah, Zack Nichols right now looks like he's losing a lot of time to Matt Kemp. Matt Kemp now under 2/10 to his teammate of the 44. Like I said, I don't see any bumper plays from the 54. But that's not who I'm looking for. I'm looking for these drivers back behind him. I don't think that the 07 would do it either, or Mikey Neal. But when it comes down to winning a race, you'll do anything. Especially, but like I said, I don't see any of these drivers putting any bumpers to anybody, especially the championship drivers. I don't see it happening. But I'm just saying, sometimes those you can think, oh, there's a hole, and then you go for it. And the next thing you know, you're in the rear bumper of somebody. The 07 looks like he's about to make a move, but decided against it. We're watching right now the 07 of Cedric Hunter. He is still all over the back bumper of that 54 Matt Kemp, and now Zack Nichols is really starting to come under attack from his teammate. So we're going to have to see if he has enough left in that tank here, as we've got 8 laps to the stage break, 7 laps whenever they hit the line.
Look at Cedric Hunter, Chris, now starting to open it up to the inside here.
That's what we were talking about. Maybe that 07, he's just got a little bit better tires underneath him. He might be able to get around that 54 here before too long. It looks like now Matt Kemp is starting to lose a little bit of time to that 44. It does look like he's strengthened that gap up to, well, as I say that now, the 54 starting to pull up to the back bumper of the 44.
I'd say these guys are starting to get a little racy here, Chris.
Yeah, we're starting to get a little racy here indeed, Josh. This is where things are going to really start coming into play. Whoa, bad drive in there from the 07. Looks like he was able to correct it and corral it back underneath him, get it back under, go. It looks like he's getting a really good drive up to the back of that 54. Looks like maybe Zack Nichols might be going into the corner a little out of the throttle a little sooner than the rest of them. That's why they're tucking up to the back bumper of him so quick. But he's able to get out of the corner. Whoa! Big push there from the 07. That could have been bad. Now to the inside, the 54 going to make it. The 07 going to make a pass on the 54, but the 54 looks like he might have the momentum coming out of the corner. 4 laps to the good.
Right up to the back bumper. 4 laps to go for the stage. Zack Nichols still in the lead. Cedric Hunter washing up the track now. That 54 of Matt Kemp. He is trying to work his way back up into that second place here in front of the 07. Maybe not trying to put the pressure too much on him. He knows what he's racing for here in these next 100 after the stage. So right now looking like a good race and looking like we're getting set up good for the future here. This is going to be a great end of this race. I'm expecting to see some good hard action.
Yeah, speaking of the action, man, right now the 54 and that 07 are really all over each other's bumpers. That 54 is trying to apply the pressure to that 07. Like we said, that 07 was not trying to, bump him out of the way or anything, but he was definitely trying to go for that gap. You saw the 54 left open when we were in that blimp cam. But right now, you see the 54 now under attack from the 25 of Mikey Neal. It's going to be 2 laps to the stage break whenever that 44 crosses the line. So we've got 2 more laps to the good. Then it'll be our final stage break, and that's where the action starts happening. Coming around to grab the white flag is the 44 of Zack Nichols. Let's see if he can sweep all 3 stages here tonight. Does look like he'll be able to do it, but as he's got to go around one more time, that 07 of Cedric Hunter starting to slowly tuck up onto that back bumper. So we'll see if he has anything to say here coming out of turn 2. Doesn't look like he's got the momentum. Does look like Zack Nichols will have that coming out into turn 3, but we'll have to see how this goes.
Looks like he is going to make it back to the green-white checkered. Zack Nichols going to win your last 2 stages. As he is going to pick up another stage win here tonight. He's got himself set up good here. We'll see if he tries to stay out in the lead for this last 100 here.
As we'll wait to get a word from your Blanchard's Towing Stage 3 winner as soon as he gets called up. But as we've got a moment, actually, nope, we'll wait on that. We'll go to it here in a little bit. But the 44 right now, looking like he's got the pace to really keep out here in the front. But like Josh was saying, wonder if he's going to be able to hang on to the lead here for these last 100 laps. Do know that now, don't know if he wants to go sit in the back of the field and, possibly have something happen to him back there. Wonder if he's going to stay up in the front. That's going to be the question we really need to ask. What is that strategy from that 44 without giving away anything that he's really going to do, I know Gabriel Ellison, who was about 10 seconds off of the lead pack, is definitely liking now that he's going to have fresh tires, fresh fuel in that car and going to be able to really work out what he's got going on. See everybody going down pit lane now. This is where everybody has to hit their marks. They have to get out in a good position. Looks like Zack Nichols going to win the race out of pit lane. 54 Matt Kemp going to come out in second. 07 in third. 25 in fourth. 77 of Gabriel Ellison in fifth. Adam Lancaster in sixth. 7 of Doug Newbigging is going to be in seventh. And then Mo Abbott pull out in eighth.
All right, we'll go ahead and grab Zack Nichols and have a word with our Blanchard Sewing stage winner. Zach, we've had you up here for the last two, man. We've had you here for this one. Not really much we got to say to you besides what do you got left for us here in this last 100, man? We know it's going to be an absolute shootout between you and everybody behind you, man.
Whoops. I keyed up in the race instead. Yeah, I mean, Matt looked really darn good there because he was on older tires and he was able to keep with us. I don't know if that was the draft or he was flying, but sure looked good. So we got to look out for him. But yeah, I mean, been good so far. I think I've said that in both the last ones. But see what happens when you win 3, you don't get the last one. So what happened with us to win? We won 3 races and then we lost the next one. Hopefully we can get 4, so we can finish off this race and hopefully in the front.
Heck yeah, man. We know it's a championship on the line. You guys are about to get out there and put everything on. I know those elbows are about to get pointy between everybody. Good luck, man, in the final remaining parts of this race. Congratulations on all the success you guys have had tonight, and we're very excited to see what all you boys got left for us up in the front.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, man. And that was Zack Nichols. Short and sweet. We had to just, say it. It's got to get straight to it, man. This is it. This is the last 95 of the race. This is going to be a absolute shootout. Doesn't like he is going to come down pit road like he has been. Definitely going to keep that track position this time. This is going to be nuts, Chris.
Yeah, this is where we were talking about, it's really going to come into play where you are on the track. So it's going to have, we know that the drivers are going to have to come down at around 365. So that's going to be about your last pit cycle, barring that we have another caution, which if the race goes any way like it has been tonight, I think that we'll go green flag the entire way. But honestly, right now, this is where things are going to start really coming into play. I don't want to say that I want to see a wreck or a caution or anything. But, that's pretty much what it's going to happen. We're going to have to see some bumpers laid. We're going to have to see some, pushing up out of the way, trying to be aggressive. That's what we're going to have to see if you're going to want to get past these guys and get up in the front.
Exactly, Chris. It's going to be a tough night. Or a tough remainder of the night, I should say, for these guys. I mean, man, we're 3 hours into this session here in less than a minute, or less than 2 minutes. Now going on to a minute here in 8 seconds. We will be 3 hours into this race. These drivers have been just grinding. And this is what it comes down to. This is where it's going to be absolutely insane. You're going to see everybody trying to just put their absolute best into it. And this is what you're here to race for, man, the championship. And if you got that yellow banner on that window, you're in that Final Four. If you're Matt Kemp, Zack Nichols, Gabriel Ellison, or Brandon Holder, who got himself back on the lead lap with this last stage, you are absolutely on the limit here. While we've got a moment, got the car stacked back up, we're going to go one more time here for an LNS Customs loud pedal. So get those volumes turned up, get those full screens going. We'll be right back with you uninterrupted for the remainder after this LNS Customs loud pedal. welcome you back to the race here. As I hope you enjoyed those sights and sounds. Final time that we will be going to that loud pedal tonight. It is going to be me and Chris here in your ear. For the rest of it, it's going to be Mikey Neal 07, Gabriel Ellison currently leading the championship right now, but he's got the 44 and the 54. And look at that, Chris. Brandon Holder, after being 2 laps down, he is now back on the lead lap, and he is right there in contention. Good to see that 31 back in the mix of things after the big night. He's had 77. Big out of the groove, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, right now, our 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th position is all of our championship contenders. But it does look like the 44 is not able to make that line stick. The 77 is clear. He's able to go get down in front of him, which he will. So this is where everything's going to start coming into play. You know, it's going to have to be, you know, you're going to have to set yourself up for the right time. And this is where everything's going to start coming into play. The 54, check it out a little bit. The 31 on that outside lane. Ooh, I'm getting a little quiet here. This is starting to get hairy.
I told you this is where it was going to get crazy, man. These last 80. We're here with 87 laps to go this time. Or 77 laps to go this time, excuse me. And, whew. It's going to get hairy, Chris. This is where it's going to get crazy. Matt Kemp, Brandon Holder, Zack Nichols, and Gabriel Ellison are all right there racing each other while they've got to race other traffic. This is where the games begin. This is going to be awesome, man. I cannot wait to see what these boys are about to do here. These are going to be some great racing, great moves, and we're going to see some absolute bravery. Brandon Holder clears Matt Kemp there down the backstretch. He's going to move up a position.
Yeah, Brandon
Holder. Lancaster got past him. No, he didn't. He's on the outside. My fault.
Looks like that 54 of Matt Kemp starting to fall off just a little bit. But look at that, the inside of the 07. 77, Gabriel Ellison going to move himself up into that 2nd position, but look at that.
And the 54 going to dive right back in. 77 going to cut the nose off. And the 07 pinching the 54. Or excuse me, the 44.
This is probably what you're going to see. You're going to see a lot of defensive driving from these 2 drivers in front of him. Look at that. The 31 of Brandon Holder cutting off the nose of the 54 of Matt Kemp just barely.
Ooh, Adam Lancaster and the 54 are very tight coming to the tri-oval. 44 just put it in between and gapped it. Oh, my goodness.
77 to the inside of the 25. Let's see if he can make it stick.
Mikey Neal, good run out of the outside of the corner. He's not going to give up that position easy. Matt Kemp just went to the inside down the backstretch. 44 shoving the 07 into the corner. Man, this is getting insane, Chris.
This is where things are going to start getting really nitty-gritty. Right now, Mikey Neal's still under attack from that 77. This is something that he doesn't want to do. The 44 to the inside of the 07. Oh, my goodness. This is starting to get very, very sketchy.
The 70 just gave a big push to the 54 down the backstretch.
Yeah, if you hear us getting quiet, this is just, I'm kind of watching everything that's going on right now. Just looking to see.
54 to the inside.
Whoa! 88 of Adam Lancaster got a little loose on that outside lane.
Yeah, stepped out of line real quick. Got it back under him. Oh, my goodness, that scared me. As he is going to be there on the outside lane. The 44 seems like he is trying to find some momentum on that inside lane. Those boys are really taking it to him on the outside. Brandon Holder now is racing that 44, and Gabriel Ellison loving this, what he's seeing behind him. He is able to pull out here, not in clean air yet. He gets past Mikey Neal. Gabriel is going to be set and so here.
Look at that. The Brandon Holder machine has got around the 44 of Zack Nichols. So this is something that we were talking about. 2 laps down, now up here battling for contention in that 4th position. He has Cedric Hunter in between him and Gabriel Ellison. But Gabriel Ellison right now trying his best to hold on to what track position he has. Because, man, right now, this is where it's coming down into play. Your top 4 drivers currently sitting in the top 5. Matt Kemp, though, back there battling with Adam Lancaster. This is starting to slow him down a little bit.
Yeah, he probably wants Lancaster to bug off, man. He really wants to get by him. He might throw a little bit more will in that car here through the corner to see if he can clear him, and it looks like he's trying to do that, and he's getting close. And he did. He got clear of him.
You see him
Now
take
he's
that.
blocking down the backstretch, trying to take the air off of any type of draft. 44. Oh, 31 got out of line a little bit.
Oh man, I am like we've only got 69 more laps, 70 laps to go, and I'm already holding my breath right now. This is starting to get really hairy. Looks like everybody pretty much just filing out single file right now. You see the 31 and the 07 taking a little bit of a higher line than everybody else behind them. You see that 44 and the 54 trying to hug that blue line all the way down on the bottom of the track. But the 07 and the 31 kind of taking a little bit of a mid to high lane dominant down to that blue line then. That's really slowing up the momentum for that 54 and that 44. Maybe this is a play here from that 31, from that 07 trying to block for his teammate of that 07 or that 77. Right now, we're seeing Brandon Holder taking a little bit of a shallower line. The 07 getting a little tight.
31 coming to the inside of the 44 saw it there. I thought he was going to make the move. Goodness gracious, man. These moves, these drivers. Brandon Holder's on a mission here, man. He wants to get up there and win. That would be a comeback story for him. 44 to the inside, though. He's going to have the position here if he just gets a good move here. The 07 going to cut that momentum off big time. That's going to allow the 31 to pull back around here on that quarter panel and suck back up through this tri-oval area.
Yeah, and the 31
that.
is
He's
in
able
the
to clear
draft.
him.
31's in the draft.
What a defense from the 31.
Right now, Gabriel Ellison still has everybody looking behind him. You see, there is just a train of race cars right behind this 07. Mikey Neal, though. Also, let's not talk about Mikey Neal. Right now, currently sitting in the lead, putting a really good defense on Gabriel Ellison. We still have 66 laps to the good, so this is going to be where you start seeing things really start coming into play. I'm wondering how long these boys are going to keep waiting behind these guys. Right on board here with Zack Nichols, just so that way you can kind of see what he's seeing right now from his point of view. You see these cars getting a little loose in front of him. Brandon Holder kind of dominating the corner a little bit. Now it looks like Zack Nichols following that same line that Brandon Holder machine is. But it looks like Gabriel Ellison, though, is starting to lose a little bit of time to Mikey Neal now. Now got it up to about 2/10. And as I say that, getting into the corner really starts to pull up to that back bumper. But like we were saying, his teammate of Cedric Hunter right behind him. He's going to have to put those blocks on if that 77 has any kind of say to win this race tonight.
I will say, though, Gabriel's done a good job this stint. It'll be fun to see, though, how everybody's tires are managing. I mean, everybody is running pretty much the same lines right now. So are they all equal, or some people able to save a little bit better under these conditions is the real question. I mean, we're going to have one more pit stop here within the next 30, 40 laps. And then it's to the end of this race.
As you see Brian Terry currently going into turn 4 right now. He is going to be going another lap down here before too long. So you're probably going to see him dip down to the bottom of the track here, going down the backstretch. But look at that, Brandon Holder on the inside of the 07. Let's see how the 07 defends this. Big momentum play from the outside. It looks like Brian Terry going to try.
Zack Nichols to the inside of the 31 now. If I have Brian Terry in a bad position right now, they could use him as a pick. And he's going to get used as a pick. 54, big run. Oh my goodness, this is getting hairy. 31 back to the inside of the 07. As they're going to roll out of turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Coming up to 60 laps to go in 2 laps time. Mikey Neal still out the lead. Gabriel Ellison got the 07 behind him. His Lucky Duck teammate has been doing a great job defending for that 77. As that 31 of Brandon Holder has been just trying and trying and trying. Zack Nichols just got caught up behind Brian Terry. He's now pulling back up to the back bumper again of Brandon Holder. As you see that 54 of Matt Kemp, Michael Sturgill, Anna Lancaster, Frankie Barroso, Doug Newbegin, Matt Grenier, Mo Abbott, Brian Terry, and Christopher Blanchard is going to be your field. I want to say Blanchard DC'd already. Could be wrong. I think he did. Yeah, he did. But Gabriel Ellison still out here in the lead of the championship standings. Coming up, the 60 to go this time. This is where fireworks are starting to get lit, Chris. That final stage is getting ready to go of this race. Oh, my goodness. 31 opening it back up to the 07 again. He's trying again. Looks like he might have a better run in this time, too. That 07 just so defensive on that outside lane, man. Gonna close him off again.
Yeah,
and here comes Zack Nichols.
Here comes Zack
back
Nichols.
to the inside again. This time he might make it stick, though, because he doesn't got Brian Terry as a pick.
Oh, look at the 31 defense.
Great racing between the 34 and the 44 right there off turn 4.
That was a definitely good racing. But now Zack Nichols has the 54 on his back bumper.
But the 07's got the 44 trapped in a bubble. These guys really can't go anywhere, man. They're going to have to move that 07 out of the way. I hate to say it like that, but that 07 might catch a bumper here before too long from one of these championship guys, Chris.
Yeah, it's what I was actually just sitting there thinking the same thing. The only way these championship boys are going to be able to get up there and duke it out in the front is if that 07 is out of the way.
And he's not doing any crazy blocking or anything. I mean, look, he's giving them the run. He's just absolutely mad defense. It's just going to make one of them mad soon, but he's on a bad line. He's right on the back bumper of the 77 now. Here comes Zack Nichols and the 31 of Brandon Holder. He's looking for some momentum. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Zack Nichols out of line. He's going to save it. And he's still out in front, but the 07 going to cut back in front of the 44. That was a moment. Oh, man. That could have been a championship deciding moment right there for that 44, but all good. They're going to keep rolling. Great racing going on between our field right now.
He's going to ride on board here with Brandon Holder through that just so that way you can see what he saw. The 07 tucking him down, that 44 having to check out of it. You see he had a little bit of a clear moment there, but 44 just got a little bit of a bump, was able to keep it going. Man, good hands-on driving there from the 44. I see John Bradley Pilsnan so anxious, pacing the floor. No matter what happens, this is a show. Woo! I'm seeing Hero in the YouTube chat saying, give the 07 a raise, Johnny boy.
Heck yeah, man. He's doing an excellent job. He's doing exactly what he needs for his teammate. And not doing anything wrong. I mean, he's allowed to do it. It's not like he's doing anything crazy. Just saying, you know, those championship drivers might get a little annoyed here in a soon. Like, I got to get past this 07. Get up to this 77. We could see a bumper. Who knows? We'll see.
Get the 70 of
and
Michael
there's the
Sturgill.
70. Another one of those lucky duck guys, man. Not looking good for the field right now here with coming up on 50 to go in the next 6 laps. 5 laps.
We should be seeing the pit stops coming up here before too long. But like we were saying, Brandon Holder might have eaten that equipment up just a little bit, trying to battle up. Now Michael Sturgill, who's been just kind of chilling back there in the back, is now moving his way up here. Now Zack Nichols, though, starting to pull up to the back bumper of that 07. Let's see how long the 07 lets him poke inside, which we see this is what he's letting him do. He's letting him get the run. But then the 07 is going on a major defense, but the 77 wasn't able to cut down that momentum all the way. 44 going to be on the inside.
44 to the inside. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. 07, big shove here to the 77. This is going to be a big run for Gabriel Ellison. He will be clear. He's going to have to cut the nose off big time from the 44. And there he goes, Gabriel Ellison. Man, that 07 is doing absolutely everything you need out of a teammate right now.
'77 going to cut that momentum off. Ooh, I don't even know what to say at this point right now.
Man, it's just like try and try and try and try again, man. This is absolutely insane here off of turn 4. Kemp, big run. Big push to the 44. Oh, goodness. That just made my stomach drop. Legitimately just made my stomach drop. Because I have been in that situation where I've pushed there. Never ends up good. It was just a great push from the 54. Way to hold on from the 44, but it's just not doing the momentum right. He's got to get that 450, or excuse me, that 44 clear of the 07 here.
Yeah, but the 07.
And then he got to get himself clear of the 07.
The 07, though, right now, Cedric Hunter is basically being a brick wall, not letting that 44 get by, even though the 54, as you see, about to give another massive shot to that 44. Even with those bumps down the front straightaway, he's still not able to get clear. The 77.
Whoa. It's going to be a teammate drag race down the backstretch, Chris. Who's going to get to their teammate first and push them clear? Oh, man, almost door bang. They're going to go into turn 2 side by side here still. Matt Kemp, he's right up to the back bumper, 77. Too wide here. Who's going to have the better exit out of the corner? We've seen the 54, but the 07 leaning down. He might be able to clear the 54. And oh, my goodness, here comes Brandon Holder into the picture. As it looks like he is going to push the 77 back clear. Jeez Louise. Cedric Hunter. Give this man a raise. Whoever said that in chat, you were right.
This is definitely wild right now, Hero. I definitely give you that. This is a wild race for the championship. The 07 right now is currently clear of the 44, but now the 77 cut that momentum off. This is not what that 44 needs. He does not need to be tearing that equipment up. It's just, man, it's like, like I'm seeing Jason say in chat right now, the 31 is sticking his nose back in it. This is something that we're not wanting to see. These guys are 2x2 racing.
Not wanting to see. This is exactly what we're wanting to see.
You know what I mean.
This is awesome, man. These guys are putting on a show right now. Zack Nichols, Matt Kemp, Brandon Holder, Gabriel Ellison, Cedric Hunter. Big clap to all you guys. Putting on one hell of a show right now. And Cedric Hunter's helped his teammate get back comfortably clear of the 44 and the 54. But look at this. 54 now to the inside of his teammate. Chris coming off of turn 2. Oh, my goodness. That was tight. Hear him getting in and out of that gas, burping it, man. That's what you like to hear, that throttle control. And the 07 off of turn 4 here.
Big push from the 54.
I knew it was coming, and the 54 got in the wall a little bit, I think. Big push coming back down the backstretch, Chris.
Yeah, let's see if the 07 has anything to say for the 44. We know that right now the defense that the 44 is having to go on to be able to maintain that position, he is really eating those tires up more than he wants to. But, like we were saying, the 07 right now is pretty much just being a wall. He's not letting that 44 get around him, not letting him get the momentum that he needs. But whoa, big push there from the 44 to the 44 from the 54. But the 07 going to be on the inside.
This is nuts, man. The 07 is just lap after lap putting it to those guys on the inside lane. They've got a big run here to the corner. But watch this 07. He's got the defense of a lion, man. He's an absolute lion out there doing an excellent job. He pinches back down in that 44, and then when they get back down the backstretch, all that momentum is gone, man. They have to rework it. 07 pinching onto him, man. Whoa, 77 just got loose a little bit on corner entry. He's going to gather it back up. That's going to allow Zack Nichols to get that drive through the middle of the corner here. This might be where they make it happen. I don't know. 77-07 linked back up. Goodness gracious, man. I know I'd be frustrated if I was in that 44's cockpit. Big drive in.
Woo!
Whoa! Oh! Oh, man! Somebody call the doctor, baby. These boys are getting sick out there, man. That was an insane move right there from the 44. That is knowing the absolute limit of your car. The 07 disappeared for a second. Please do not have a blinking car be the reason why this race goes to shambles right there. The 07, I want you to be able to stay in this, man. Hopefully that was just a one-in-a-lifetime thing. 31, big shove. He's going to drive into the corner. He's in front of the 54, Matt Kemp now. Brandon Holder back in this race. Chris, coming up to 40 laps to go. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, we're seeing some big shoves happening. But, oh, look at that. 44 going to try to drive it down in below the 07. The 07 going to pinch him down some more. Can we just take a timeout? I have to take a second to breathe. The 07, though, bad run. The 77 might not be able to cut him down this time. He will, though.
Man, there it is again, right off the corner. Bad run from the 44. 31 gave him the bump down that stretch.
See, Twitty saying this is going to be a dogfight, man. It has been a dogfight for the last 25 laps. You see right now, Brandon Holder tucking up to that top lane. Here comes Frankie Barroso on a little bit of fresher tires. He's going to be tucking up to the back bumper of that 31. But now the 77. He's seeing his teammate just trying to struggle to keep him behind him. Wonder if the 77 is going to have to make any drastic moves here in just a second.
As they drive it here into turn number 1, Chris, 40 laps. Okay, this is where you're going to see absolutely the Hail Mary. They're going to have to make a way down pit road, but I don't think anybody wants to come down pit road right now. They don't want to be the first one to budge. I don't know. This is just too good of a race. Oh, great run from the 44 here, Chris. Oh, he got the 07 out of line, the 31. Whoa! The 31 just broke up that line. He went to the top of the track, pushed the 07 out of line, then went back to the bottom, got that outside lane, broke up. What a move from the 31. He knew what he had to do, and he did it.
You know, I kind of forget that Mikey Nill is still out here in the lead. You know, we've kind of stopped focusing on Mikey Nill.
Mikey Nill down pit road. Mikey Nill down pit road.
As we were talking
Brandon
about.
Holder as well. Brandon Holder as well. Nichols to the lead here. 38 to go.
Hero says Josh to call the 07 Sergio Perez. As we're going to see when these boys are going to come down pit lane in the front. Wonder how long that 77 and that 07, man, that was some of the best defensive driving I have ever seen from that 07. If that was me in that cockpit, I know I would have probably screwed that up 20 laps ago.
John Bradley Pill, after this race, you got a petition to change the 07's number to the 11. Whoa, 12, Frankie Barroso a little bit over. 77 down pit road.
77 to Gabriel Ellison, going to go ahead, pull the trigger, come down pit lane. You see the 07 and the 3, going to go past him. Gonna have to get it slowed down there. Looks like they were able to get it slowed down. Zack Nichols, 54, Matt Kemp, going to still be out on the track. Cedric Hunter also out on the track with him, but right now, the only people that are not come down pit lane so far is Zack Nichols, Matt Kemp, and Cedric Hunter.
Goodness gracious, man. And they got the guys on fresh tires coming around them now.
Man, Matt Kemp all up in the middle of all of that. You also got Zack Nichols, who's about to get passed by all of these lap cars. Just wondering how long these boys are going to stay out on these older tires. because these boys on these newer tires, they're going to be making up a lot of time on them.
.44 pitting this time.
44 Zack Nichols, as you heard, coming down pit lane. I would also expect the 54 Zack Nichols, excuse me, the 54 Matt Kemp to come down pit lane as well. It does look like they are both coming down pit lane. Whoa, 44 having to lock it up. It's also the 07 of Cedric Hunter coming down pit lane. So that's going to open up the door for some of these drivers that we really haven't talked a lot about. Might have a little bit of a strategy going on here, Josh. See Mikey Neal now coming around to get back in front of Zack Nichols and Matt Kemp, who are currently still sitting in pit lane.
Yeah, they're going to have to get out and go. Especially with Gabriel getting up past him now. They're going to be a couple seconds behind him, and they're going to have to go. They got Brandon Holder out there in fourth place. So Brandon's in a good spot right now. He's just going to have to hope those boys don't catch him in time. This is the race to the end right here, Chris.
Like I was saying, Josh, where you pit at, where this last pit stop, and where you came out was going to be the make or break. As you see right now, the 31 of Brandon Holder moving himself up into that second position.
Got himself in a good little pocket of clean air right there. 8 seconds away from Brandon Holder. You have to pass Brandon Holder to win the championship right now. What a story it would be from 2 laps back.
Man, we're just going to have to see how this is going to go down with now 31 laps to the good. Excuse me, 31, yes. No.
31.
31 laps.
This next time.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
You know what I mean. 30 this next time, by
yes,
goodness, you've got me all messed up now.
Matt Kemp currently setting the fastest lap of the session.
Don't fry your brain over there, Chris.
See right now, Zack Nichols starting to gain a lot of time up here on Brandon Holder. He's about 8 seconds, 2 laps ago. Now he's 7.5 seconds. So like we were saying, Brandon Holder just got to hold on for 29 more laps, and he'll be able to walk away with the Bluegrass Cup Championship. But if Gabriel Ellison has anything to say about it, or Zack Nichols or Matt Kemp, we'll just have to see how these last 29, 30 laps play out.
Brandon Holder to the left and get on that gas. That's what he's got to do right now. As that 31 man, he would absolutely love to be out in the lead when this race ends. As he is here in P2. He's got Gabriel Ellison in a 3 and a 4 tenths behind him. Zack Nichols is 7 seconds behind him. And then Matt Kemp just worked his way up into 8th place right behind Zack Nichols. So basically the same distance from Brandon Holder and Gabriel Ellison. As here coming to 25 to go here in a moment. Mikey Neal still out in the lead comfortably with Brandon Holder in second. Gabriel Ellison going to be sitting third here. Michael Sturgill just got past Adam Lancaster for 4th place. Lancaster 5th. Nichols just moved past Barroso for 6th place. And it sounds like he's going to allow Kemp to go by him as well here in just a moment. He did. So Kemp 7th. Frankie 8th. Oh, and Zach just got past Lancaster as well, so he's moved himself up into 5th place. So they're starting to gain on those boys up there in the front. This is where it gets a little bit hairy. So it looks like Matt Kemp and Zach are starting to make, Zach at least is starting to make a good bit of ground. There is Matt. Yeah, he's just right behind him. These boys are moving right now. They were 9 seconds back almost Now they're 5 seconds back from Brandon Holders. 4 seconds almost since their pit stop they put up. They've got 25 to go as they hit the stripe this time.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these boys handle this. Mikey Neal still got about a 8/10 gap over Brandon Holder, and Brandon Holder still about a 2 3/10 gap over Gabriel. So Gabriel's going to really have to put the gas pedal down if he wants to catch up. But like Josh was just saying, Zack Nichols, Matt Kemp, both on a tear right now. Already put 5 seconds on Gabriel Ellison. So they've basically just thrown the rule book out the window here, and they're starting to dig. But we see right now Mikey Neal blinking just a little bit as he crossed the line. It's going to be 24 to go here as he did cross the line. Brandon Holder, though, is starting to creep back up into the picture. He's now got almost a second to Mikey Neal, so could have a battle for that first position, but then you see Gabriel Ellison right behind him, and then coming with a mad storm is that 44 and 54.
Four seconds back now from Brandon Holder. 3 seconds, actually, from Brandon Holder is Zack Nichols. 2 9/10 now, so they are moving, man. Brandon has just got to hold on. I bet you he's just holding on to his equipment as best as he can right now, just saving. When these boys get to him, he's going to put absolutely everything he can. We're coming down to the last 20 here. And really, man, this is where everybody's season comes to an end. Especially these championship runners. Every single one of them want to go out on the high note. It's going to be an absolute battle between these 4 drivers.
Yeah, with all four drivers right now being in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, this is where you could probably see some really big blocks from that 77 of Gabriel Ellison. Brandon Holder also probably won't let them by as best he can, but as you're starting to see Brandon Holder now starting to get caught by Gabriel Ellison, and then both, now they're all 4 pretty much in the same picture. So this is where things are going to start really getting hairy.
So they go. They're starting to pull up to Gabriel Ellison, and he does not have Cedric Hunter back him up now. So it is going to be a fair fight between our final 4 right here. And then Mikey Neal out in the lead, looking to pick up the final win of the season. It'd be great for Mikey to pick up the win, but man, he's going to have a tough battle with the way everybody is moving through this build right now. This is going to be tough. To the inside, the 44 goes to Gabriel Ellison.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's see how the 77 handles that battle, but it looks like he's just going to let the 44 go by. Doesn't look like he was able to really put much defense up. Wonder if the 77 going to pinch down on the 44, though.
.31 blocking the 44. Oh, he got tight. He just had to get out of the gas. So he is going to be right back behind the 44. Is he going to try to get a crossover here into 1?
Yeah, let's see how much of a defense that 44. See how much defense that 44 can put up. It looks like he's starting to really get away from that 31. Now the 54 is now all over the back bumper of the 31. Let's see how easy that 31 makes it for the 54 to get by. It does look like the 31 going to take the inside lane. The 54 going to take the outside lane. The 77 of Gabriel Ellison still on that back bumper. He's going to be looking like he's going to be moving to the inside of the 31. You see the 5 of Brian Terry moving all the way to the top of the track. The 31 going to tuck down onto that 77. Woo! Gabriel Ellison, though, going to still try to tuck it up to the inside. We're going to go back up here on board with that 25 of Mikey Neal Jr. Going to see that he's got about a second gap between him and that 44 is Zack Nichols, but Zack Nichols starting to close in really quick. Matt Kemp, though, also starting to close in quick on Zack Nichols. It was about 0.7 of a second. Now he's got it under 0.5. So it's going to be where this is where the 54 basically throws everything out the window. As we saw, Zack Nichols looks like he had pretty much, once he got those fresh set of tires on, he said, all right, guys, we gotta go, go, go. And it looks like Zack Nichols was able to pull all the way back up into that second position. But right now, talking about battling for position, that 77 and the 31 still battling for that fourth position. Look at the 31 leaning all over him.
Chris, and we are at 15 to go in the race. This is where you throw all your marbles at it. If you've got anything left, man, this is it. And it looks like the 31 and the 77, are just going to be in this battle of their own back here. That's going to really kill both of their equipment that's pinching down. They need to work together if they want to get up here and both have a possibility to run this championship, but that's just racers being racers. And the 44 going to pull up behind the 25 of Mikey Neal Jr.
As we see the 44 pulling up to the back bumper, he's not going to take the move just yet. Going to pretty much run the same line as that 25, but like I was saying, look behind him, Josh. That 54 starting to roll himself up into the picture. Zack Nichols to the inside of the 25. 25 going to block that momentum off. Good defense there from Mikey Neal.
I heard Mikey Neal key up and say, you can back off and, lift a little bit if you want to. Mikey Neal wants to win this dang race, man. He's going to get past there right there through the low lane, and it's going to be Zack Nichols to the lead currently through 1 and 2. And it looks like he is going to clear that 25 of Mikey Neal.
So still back behind him, though, Josh. Look at this battle going on for that 4th and 5th place position. Man, that 31 and that 77 both leaning all over each other.
Mikey Neal let Matt Kemp through.
So as you see right now, that 44 and 54 are currently the two drivers that are going to be battling for that championship cup. Going into turns 1 and 2 right now. The 54 Matt Kemp still on that back bumper of Zack Nichols. Just pulling down in there. You see that 25 of Mikey Neal Jr. still hanging on to that little bit of that draft that he can, just trying to hang on, trying to make up as much time as he can. But still back here, that 31 and that 77 still battling for that 4th and 5th position. Man, they are not wanting to give up any of this track
He's got Cedric
position.
Hunter behind him, so that might help him get past this Brandon Holder machine here soon. Matt Kemp, Zack Nichols now 3/10 away from each other here with 10 to go, Chris. Nine laps to the end of the Bluegrass 2021 Season 2 Cup Series. Who will it be? Zack Nichols, Matt Kemp in 1 and 2, with Brandon Holder and Gabriel Ellison in 4th and 5th. These 4 drivers battling for the championship. Anything can still happen, and anything will happen if it wants to, as we are coming up to 9 to go this time by. And it will be Zack Nichols, Matt Kemp, 3/10, the separation between those two drivers for the race lead and the championship.
Looks like the 54 Matt Kemp, though, not wanting to give up any of that track position, not wanting to give up any of that thing. He, like you were saying, Josh, he was saying that if he was going to do anything, he was going to try to get in here and really mix it up, and that is what he's doing.
He is closing the gap, Chris. 2/10 now. Gabriel Ellison and Brandon Holder. I've been seeing my live time and switch constantly between these two. They have been just shuffling out position here between 4th and 5th, as they have just both been going back and forth here. The 07 gets the 77 into the corner, but the 31 gets a drive back out from the outside of the lane. This has been a fun little battle here between these two as we're coming up to 6 to go. We are at 6 to go technically for Zach and Matt.
Yeah, right now, though, look at this, Josh. Like we were saying, about 3/10 off of Zack Nichols is Matt Kemp. So if he's got anything to say now, this is going to be where it is. That 54 just going to have to come up, you know, and like you said, just basically that rule book, just throw it out the window and say, I gotta, you know, I gotta do what I gotta do. You know, maybe we might see a bumper here in a minute. Who knows?
Got to catch him first, Chris.
That is true. Got to catch him first.
Catching's one thing, passing's another.
Five laps to go. Zack Nichols coming down the backstretch with his teammate of Matt Kemp and also other championship contender in tow right behind him. It looks like the 44 had a better drive into the corner that time around. Go back here and see what's going on with that 77 and that 31. It looks like Brandon Holder was able to get in front of that 77, but we know these guys are not going to give up that easily. That 77 going to try to take over that 4th position. As there you go, crossover over into the turn 1. Let's see what happens. 31 leaning down on him. Going back on board here with that 54 and 44 of Zack Nichols and Matt Kemp. Well, now we'll have 3 laps to the good. I'm still watching the timing for Gabriel Ellison and Brandon Holder. It is literally just flip-flopping around right now. So they are definitely battling for that 4th position. You would think with the 07 back there pushing, he would be able to get around.
Matt was right there under a 10th, or right there to a 10th of a second. But it looked like out of turn 2, he lost that momentum, but he's gaining it out of 3 and 4. He's definitely getting a good drive down the front stretch. As there he is, he's within a 10th. Let's just see what happens here in turn 1 and 2. It seems like he's just losing time. White flag this next time by, Chris. As white flag, this will be it. This is the end of the Bluegrass season, Chris. It is official. Who will it be? Coming out of turn 2, Zack Nichols. Gonna have about 2/10 of gap. Here comes Matt Kemp. This will be everything he has down the back straightaway. He's not gonna be completely sucked up. Here he comes into turn 3. Does he have anything left? Zack Nichols, Matt Kemp for the championship. Turns 3, turns 4, to the tri-oval. 54 loose, checkered flag. Zack Nichols, congratulations. You are the 2021 Season 2 champion for the Cup Series. Matt Kemp, P2. Gabriel Ellison going to pick up 3rd in the championship, but Mikey Neal going to pick up that final podium spot. Congratulations to the 44 machine. No Chance Motorsport. Zack Nichols going to take home the championship and the race win here tonight, and almost every single stage.
See that congratulatory bump from the 25 saying, good race, man. Good season, Zack Nichols.
Chris, Frankie Barossa just said there's 3 things certain in life: death, taxes, and Zack Nichols winning. That is a burnout right there, man. Are we going to see the celebratory Zack Nichols drift around the track? Oh, Nichols Kemp 1-2 finish. I misheard him. man, well, we're going to go ahead and get through your post-race results here. This has been an absolute barn burner of a race, as Zack Nichols not only going to take home the race win, going to take home Stage 2 and Stage 3 victories. Going to grab the race win and going to grab the championship. That 44, going to beat that Gen 6 body up because ain't going to need it next season. That's for sure. Going to those next-gen cars. Congratulations to Zack Nichols driving it backwards through pit road, as Matt Kemp going to come home P2, Mikey Neal P3, Gabriel Ellison P4 with Cedric Hunter P5, Brandon Holder P6, Michael Sturgill P7, Frankie Barroso P8, P9 going to go to Adam Lancaster with Mo Abbott P10, Matt Grenier P11, Doug Newbigging P12, Brian Terry P13, and Christopher Blanchard rounding out your field in that P14 moment. Going to give our drivers just one moment here to stretch out. No, they had 400 laps of racing, so we'll give them a moment and we'll have a word with your post-race interviews. All right, it does look like we have Zack Nichols and Matt Kemp ready. So we are waiting on Mikey Neal, Gabriel, and Brandon. But we're going to go ahead and bring in that Zack Nichols machine and have a word with our championship winner. Zack Nichols, Chris, and Josh up here in the Bluegrass booth. Do you got a copy, champion?
Yeah, man.
Man, oh man, you are not only getting out of that simulator, I'm sure, getting your legs stretched out, but you're walking away. Well, I say you're walking away, but you're getting out of the rig tonight $1,000 richer, a champion, and you're going to, be going to race at Millbridge if you're down with that. But, hey, man, you're going to have a great celebration, I'm sure, tonight, man. Zack, championship winner, 11 race wins on the season. With that win tonight, what does it mean to you, and how well how hard have you guys worked for this, and how well does this feel deserved to you guys at the end of this season?
Yeah, it's unbelievable, man. And Matt had a ton of times to pass me there on that last run, but he stuck behind me and just helped us push me to get back to Gabe and Mikey there to take back the lead in that final stage. And like I said, he had a ton of times to pass me and came darn close to passing me at the end of the race. But yeah, hats off to Matt for P2 and Gabe. Brandon, I think he got fourth. So hats off all of them. They ran a great season. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to fit. I'm a big dude. I don't know if I can fit in that goat cart. So I might have to bring Matt down or something with me just in case.
Hey man, I love that. But Zack, man, I gotta say, dude, it's been a hard fought season, man. I know you guys have had a lot of work put into the rig. We've seen you go from a Chevy to a Toyota. We've seen, you've had some races where we've seen the human side come out in you, and you go all the way to the back of the field, not recover. But man, here at the end of it tonight, we saw 400 laps and not a single caution, besides the stage cautions, that is, out of you guys. I mean, and that was some hard racing there in the last couple of little bits of the race, man. Was your heart dropping a little bit? Because I can tell you up here in the booth, man, I thought I was going to have a heart attack watching you guys race out there.
Yeah, that whole race was real nerve-wracking because you got to make it to the end in order to win. So I just started last almost every stage to just stay out of the way of getting in a wreck, and it played off. And yeah, it's just crazy.
Yeah, man, I'm sure it is. I know what it was like just to win my first official race. I don't even want to know what it's like to win a championship with, all the, the money and all that, thrown in with it. That's just an added bonus on top of it, man. You guys have worked y'all's butts off here in the Bluegrass season this season. We know we're going to the next gen cars next season. I know you guys have probably got y'all's work cut out for y'all. And Zach, I got to say, man, just again, big hats off to you guys, the No Chance guys. Well deserved championship win. And if anybody says otherwise, they just got to go back and look at the facts, baby.
Do you know where we got in the team standings?
I'm not sure if the team standings have been updated yet. I can go look.
Well, wherever we finished that, yeah, I mean it was a ton of fun this whole season, and yeah, I can't thank Jason enough and all of them for putting this whole deal on.
Oh yeah, man, it has definitely been a crazy season. And Zach, we've had just an absolute blast watching all you guys go into this race. We knew it was going to be a tough race for you guys tonight. Not only the laps, the attrition, the having to survive, but man, coming out on top. That race car looks dirty as all get out. You guys had not only a great race car under you, a great driver tonight in that Will. You picked up the championship win here tonight, Zach. And man, what's the all-season plans? What you got going on in the off-season, and how you guys think y'all are going to recover if you guys are coming back with the league?
I mean we're more than probably going to come back. I mean this league was probably by far one of the most fun leagues I've probably ever ran on iRacing. It's been a ton of fun, and I don't think I got much to do. I mean I got my IRL racing to do. About it.
Hey, got the IRL racing, got the championship here, man. Well, hey, we're more than glad to see you pick up this championship win here tonight in the booth, man. We're hoping we see you back out on the track next season in the next gen cars. No, that's going to be a different kind of racing animal out there. But man, Zach, again, congratulations on all the success you guys had this season. Congratulations on that championship, buddy. And if you've got any final words or anything you want to say before we let you get out of here tonight, you can go ahead and throw them out there. And man, you can go celebrate that championship. And again, Zach, congratulations, man.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank you guys for broadcasting. You guys did a great job, like throughout the whole season. Jason, all of them for putting this whole stuff on, like I said before, and all the sponsors that helped in and threw in money for this stuff. And it was a ton of fun. My sister's watching, my dad's watching. I think my dad's fiance's watching. I think my my uncle Kenny's watching. So shout out to all of them, and shout out to all my teammates for racing me clean all season.
Heck yeah, man! It has been one hell of a season, Zach. We've been very pleased to be able to watch you go out there and dominate with your teammate. It's been an absolute honor getting to see you guys go out there and tear it up week in and week out. But again, man, congratulations on that championship here tonight. Not only that, the race win, all the success of the stages. We know as much as you were enjoying going out there and probably leading, you were hating at the end of every stage having to restart and coming up there in those interviews. We're probably thinking, man, I got to do this again. But Zach, again, man, congratulations on the championship, buddy. And hey, we're going to let you get out of here. We're going to let you celebrate, and hopefully we'll be having some words with you here in the future.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Well, again, man, congratulations and good night, and hopefully we'll be seeing you soon. And that was Zack Nichols. Going to go ahead and bring up Matt Kemp, second in the race, also second in the championship standings. Matt Kemp, Chris, and Josh up here in the booth. Do you got a copy, buddy?
I copy.
Man, Matt. I got to say, it was definitely a show of a team right there. I mean, a lot of guys there at the end coming into that final stage probably wouldn't have, helped as much as you did. You got you and your teammate right back up there in the mix. But there at the end, you fell a little bit short. Right there at the end, about 2/10 back. Matt, I got to say, man, excellent season from yourself. And, man, crazy race we had here tonight.
It was. That was a chess match of a race if I've ever seen one, I'll tell you. It was a ton of fun, though. It was a hell of a championship battle. And, man, it was it was a long one. I knew it was going to be long, but damn, I'm glad it's over. So, Yeah, no, that was a great race. It was a ton of fun. Um, yeah, I'm super happy with the way that turned out. I probably was a little too nice, but after the season we've had, I was like, man, I don't want to let it slip through our fingers as a team. So wasn't wanting to take any chances, and I was like, all right, I'll just draft up there. And I just unfortunately got caught side drafted a little too long, and um, that gap just I couldn't make it up. So I had a plan, but just didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good effort, man. You had a great race car out there all night. Picking up the stage one win, sitting on the pole. You came in looking strong, and you got stage strong all night. We know it was a battle of attrition out there, and man, I don't even want to know what your arms feel like right now. I can only imagine going through a 125 lap race, more or less a 400 lap race. That was absolutely insane. But all season you guys seem to be very successful. Multiple wins on the season, all the way down here into second place in the championship points. From your standpoint, how do you think this is going to help you going into the off season and building up that momentum if you possibly do return racing those next gen cars?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Those cars are a whole different animal. They're so different than these. So I got a feeling if we're lucky enough to be a part of that, it's going to look a lot different than what this season's looked like. So regardless, I mean, this season overall has made me so much better as a driver on here anyway. It's helped me to learn the sim a little bit more and tire conservation. If we ran tonight's race and when we ran Daytona, I would have finished about 10th. So, or I feel like I would have. So it was a ton of fun, and just grateful to everybody we've been racing with this season to make it as fun as it was. And obviously Gabe and Brandon put up a hell of a fight tonight, and man, it was fun to do.
Like, yeah, man, it was fun up here in the booth, man. We've had an absolute blast watching you and Zach put it to each other all race. Every race, it seems like, man, you guys are always out there putting on some good battles, and not only as teammates but as racers, man. It's good to watch. But Matt, it's been an excellent season from you guys, not only over at No Chance but in the 54 camp as well. And I got to say, man, it's been an absolute pleasure to watch you guys put on a hell of a show for us week in and week out. And man, if you've got any final words, thoughts, shout outs, anything before we let you get out of here tonight and get to your all season, we'll let you do that and we'll let you start relaxing, man. I know that was a tough race for you, and you're probably ready to get some water and hit the bed.
You're darn right I am. I got about 3 hours of sleep last night, so I'm extra ready. So, yeah, as always, thank you guys so much for everything you did all season. Did a hell of a job. It's going to be fun to go back, and I think I said it at some point this year. It's going to be fun to go back and watch all these again, and just remember how fun of a season this was. It's probably the first time I've actually run a full league all the way through and had a chance for a championship in a league. So that was a lot of fun, and super grateful to be a part of it, and hope we're lucky to be part of it in the future. So as always, thanks to Jason and everybody at the league for all they do and for putting it on. It's been an absolute blast.
Oh, heck yeah, man. It's been an absolute blast having you along with us up here for the ride, man. And hey, we're just going to say one more congratulations to you on the season you've had, man. And hopefully we'll be seeing you here in the next little bit in those next gen cars. And hey, hopefully we'll be having a word with you if we do see you out there, buddy. But again, congratulations on that, man. And like I said, hopefully we'll be seeing you in the future. Celebrate that or enjoy that off season, I should say. And have a good night, man.
Heck yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Talk soon.
Thank you. Yes, sir. And that was Matt Kemp. Well, it looks like I'm trying to see who. Yeah, this is our last interview. We actually do not have the rest of our drivers here, so we're going to bring up Mikey Neal and have a word with our third place finisher. Mikey Neal, Chris and Josh up here in the booth. You got a copy, buddy?
I do.
Well, man, we know you're going to be in a completely probably different mood than everybody else here that we've had a word with. Our championship winner was super excited. Our second place was bummed out that he didn't get the championship. You're just here racing, man, having fun. Mikey, you were leading that race there towards the end. I thought we were going to be talking about you up there taking the final race there, but looked like you ran out of tires there a little bit. Matt and Zach just on that big team run trying to push each other to the front. Did you think you had it, or did you know right there it was just pretty much a race? I heard you telling him, slow down, man, slow down. Let me take this one. But hey, it seemed like it just played out third place. But I got to say, man, excellent season from you guys. And that third place finish tonight doesn't give you guys enough credit for what that 25 machine was capable of.
Yeah, the car was wicked quick tonight. My goal was just put it out front, lead as many laps as I could, and that's exactly what I did. I think I put down around 160 or so laps out in front today. which is more than I've really led all season. I've been up there battling for a while, but I can never really, close out these races. And finally, even though it's not first, I was still able to kind of close out the race today. And, I had pitted early. I knew they were probably going to catch me, but it was more of I was trying to get off strategy just because it was either I was going to be really far out in front of them or I was just going to let them battle for the championship. And obviously, it put me out put me out far enough. The only problem is that their pit stops are about 2 seconds quicker. They do an amazing job getting on and off pit road, and I don't really have that speed yet, and I think that's where I kind of lost so much time. But they did an amazing job, and I did what I could do. I was able to put the car out front, and that's really all I could ask for. And to finish third, and finally, pull through one of these races and not finish in the back somehow is amazing to me. And I'm absolutely stoked. I may not have won the championship or really had a spot to battle for the championship. But, I was able to put myself out there and, I think I was the third best car out there tonight. And I think I finished right where I needed to be at.
Hey, I would agree with you completely, Mikey. You're one of those drivers all season, man, up here in the booth. We tell the fans about. We tell them that Ohio State machine is wicked fast. You don't, like we said a second ago, you don't get the credit sometimes you deserve behind the wheel, man. But you've shown some maturity behind the wheel here in these past couple of weeks. You've seemed like you're starting to get more two grips on the car with everybody. And man, I'm excited to see. Hopefully, you go into those next gen cars with us, and hopefully see you grow more as a driver.
Yeah, and I got Mr. Terry. He gave me a opportunity next year to join, so I'm really excited to be driving for their team. I think it's going to be an absolutely great season, and glad to be back. I know I'm kind of during school, but I always take Wednesday nights off to kind of relax, come out here and race and have a good time. And, I'm really excited for the opportunity for next season. So, I love the next gen car. I think it's really fun. Obviously, it evens out everyone. So I think it's going to be the races next year are going to be insane. And I'm super excited for that. And also, I got to say, it's awesome to at least have an interview that lasts longer than 10 seconds because the Bristol and the Martinsville interviews, oh my goodness. I got a little tiny backstretch to explain how a whole stage went.
I know, right? Right? Yeah, those ones are always the worst, man. We get you guys in, we get you guys straight out. We try not to interrupt y'all's pit stops, and then as soon as y'all get out y'all's pit stop, those tracks are going right back to green. But man,
I know, and too bad it was only the short tracks.
I know, right? That stinks, man. But Mikey, we're glad to have you in the booth here as well, man, for a good bit of time right here. But hey, it's been a hell of a season from you guys. We know you guys are going into next season, like you said, equal playing field. We're looking forward to that as well. And I know it's going to be fun, not only for y'all's perspective, but it's going to be fun from our perspective. Me and Chris have called one next gen league before, and that was before they were even all the way, updated. And man, the racing was absolutely insane. I can't even think of what you guys are going to put on. It's going to be an absolute show. But Mikey, we're very excited to see you back in the race car next season, man. And hopefully that 25, whatever number you're actually be running, will be looking strong, buddy. But hey, if you've got any final words, thoughts, shout outs, anything before you get to your off season here, man, you're more than welcome to throw them out there. And Mikey, we'll let you get on your way and get to relaxing after 400 laps of mayhem.
Yeah, I got to say congrats to Zach. He did an amazing job, had an amazing season. Him and Matt both. Definitely learned a lot from him this season. So I got to thank them too for all the help that they gave me, and also for beating me every week because it kind of pushed me to go harder every single race. And also congrats there to Gabriel and Brandon. They had hell of seasons as well, and they were able to cap out the top four. Also got to thank the league sponsors, LNS Customs, ButtKicker, Kinder Performance, and Ford Barber. They let this league be what it is, so I can't thank them enough. Jason Collins, absolutely, he's amazing. He lets all this work every single week. He does everything for all of us, so I can't thank him enough. Alex Huffman, and he absolutely got me into this. I actually met them at Millbridge last year, and he dragged me in here. I wasn't sure how I was going to feel about it, but I ended up having an absolutely great time. So I got to thank him so much, and Alex Huffman Designs for putting on the nice Ohio State scheme that y'all got to see every week. Other than that, I got to thank y'all so much for broadcasting every race. I know I didn't get to talk to you a lot this year, but I definitely went back, watched the races, absolutely enjoyed listening to y'all. Y'all doing an amazing job. So I can't wait to see y'all next season.
Heck yeah, man. We're just as excited for those next gen cars as you drivers are, man. But hey, Mikey, thank you for the kind words, man. We've been well pleased by the way you've been driving this season, and we're very excited to see it next season. But hey, congratulations to the year you've had, buddy, and here's to more success in the future, buddy. So go up, rest up, have a good off season, man, and we'll be seeing you out there on the track in those next gen cars.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, buddy. And that was Mikey Nil. Well, Chris, that was our last race of this Bluegrass season for a little bit before we get back to racing here. Sorry about that. I put my hand over my mouth, so if it sounded funny there. But hey, you got any final words, Chris, before we put these Gen 6 cars away in Bluegrass for good?
Yeah, just want to give a big shout out to everybody that sits out there and watches on the YouTube, on the Facebook platform. Like we always say every week, could not do it without you guys. Hopefully, now that I've got my gallbladder surgery and everything out of the way, I'm gonna have a new video up here in not too long of all 3 series stuff, and we're gonna have a lot of different logos and stuff that I'm gonna be making. I'm gonna be trying to make the streams look a lot better. So hopefully I'll be able to break out the stuff that I've been working on in the background, and hopefully everybody will enjoy it. But again, big shout out to everybody out there on the Facebook, on the YouTube platform. Big shout out to LNS Customs. Big shout out to ButtKicker, who also forgot to mention Zack Nichols did win a ButtKicker Gamer 2 for winning the championship series on top of that the $1,000 that he got. And then big shout out to Kinder Performance Group, who is also giving the championship race there for Zack Nichols to be able to go and take a part of if he would like to. And then Barber Ford Motorsports for coming on. They came on late on in the series, but still, nonetheless, they came on and allowed us to be able to do this more. It allowed us to be able to make better stuff and whatnot. So just a big shout out to all those sponsors, and then big shout out to Zack Nichols. Big shout out to Jason for winning the championship last night. And then who won the truck championship? It slipped my brain. Joey Doucette. Big shout out to Joey Doucette. Did slip my brain. Sorry about that. But big shout out to all those guys for winning those championships. And man, I'm excited to go watch the dirt races that are coming up here soon. That's going to be exciting since I'm going to have a little bit of time off. But hey, other than that, big shout out to everybody. Love everyone on that Facebook, on that YouTube platform. Can't wait for next season.
Yeah, and speaking of that, Chris, Bluegrass is not coming to an end. We're just going on an off break here for the Xfinities, the trucks, and the Cup for a month. But we still do have the dirt action going on Thursdays on Ultimate Dirt TV. So make sure to watch those guys over on their platform to get some dirt action here for these Bluegrass guys. I know Zach won like the inaugural race for them, so a lot of talent out in the field, so don't want to miss that. But other than that, this has been Chris and Josh up here in the booth for a final sign-off on the 2021-2022 season for these Bluegrass Xfinity, or Truck, Xfinity, and Cup cars. Congratulations to Joey Doucette. Congratulations to Jason Collins, our fearless leader. And congratulations to Zack Nichols on their championship wins. It's been a hard-fought season from everybody. And if you're on that YouTube, hit the subscribe button, turn on the notification bell so you know when we go live, and hit that like button on Facebook. And share us out to your friends. Let them know that we are recruiting for Xfinity. So if you got some iRacers, I want to say if you get in the truck series, you got to have like under a 2K I rating. And I'm not sure about Xfinity. Xfinity's 2 or 3K. So yeah, there you go. You can do your math up the rest on whatever you think is what. But hey, we're going to have some recruiting going on here in this off season. Make sure to hit up the Bluegrass Facebook and the Discord. You can get information on both of those on what to do. And hey, we'll be seeing you guys on the other side. This is Chris and Josh signing off, saying thank you again to all of our fans this season, and we'll be seeing you back for the Xfinities, trucks, and those next-gen Cup cars here in a short time. So good night. Enjoy your guys' off season as well, and we'll be seeing you back here on the Bluegrass channel in a jiffy.